Buongiorno a tutti, se potete accomodarvi iniziamo la giornata dei lavori. Intanto grazie a tutti per essere intervenuti, adesso ci saranno delle brevi presentazioni, lascio la parola alla dottoressa Pucci.
Sì, buongiorno a tutti, anch'io vi do il benvenuto al nostro annual meeting di biotecnologie cellulari e molecolari. Oggi è la seconda giornata, quindi come sapete la giornata sarà incentrata sul technological transfer e prima di iniziare con i lavori della giornata partiamo con i saluti. Quindi vorrei invitare sul palco la professoressa Mattei, che sarà con noi come prorettrice alla ricerca e ci porterà i saluti dell'Università dell'Aquila.
Grazie, buongiorno a tutti. Allora è un vero piacere dare il benvenuto, lo faccio ovviamente portando i saluti del Rettore che oggi non poteva essere qui. È un vero piacere quindi dare il benvenuto a tutti, soprattutto ai colleghi dell'Università di Teramo e a tutti i rappresentanti delle varie realtà industriali che ci hanno fatto veramente l'onore di essere presenti ad assistere a questa giornata. Vi do il benvenuto in questa sala congressi che è all'interno di questo monastero di San Basilio che ha insomma una storia molto antica che non vi sto a raccontare, ma insomma è una, diciamo, veramente una sede molto importante che è stata ha avuto vari rimaneggiamenti nel corso dei secoli, ma un'ultima ristrutturazione è stata diciamo completata dall'Università ed è stato riconsegnato quindi alla comunità scientifica praticamente poco più di un anno fa, ed è diciamo una sala che noi riserviamo appunto ad eventi di particolare rilievo e quindi insomma siamo molto contenti di ospitare qui questa giornata. Dopodiché il mio saluto lo rivolgo ovviamente a tutti i dottorandi che oggi presenteranno i loro lavori. Mi sembra diciamo una bellissima diciamo circostanza per presentare, siete dottorandi dell'ultimo anno, quindi ci presenterete i lavori che completano un po' il vostro percorso e quindi diciamo sarà una bella opportunità per trasmettere diciamo un po' tutto quello che è la passione, le idee, le cose diciamo anche il vostro apporto, no? A una ricerca che avete approfondito nel corso di 3 anni e di farlo, di comunicarlo a una platea dove appunto ci sono non solo membri del collegio dei docenti ma anche persone, diciamo figure di riferimento nell'ambito di realtà industriali del territorio e quindi diciamo sono sicura che nei vostri interventi riuscirete anche diciamo, a mettere tutta questa passione perché diciamo, la vostra ricerca, il vostro lavoro arrivi come un messaggio che può avere un impatto poi anche nella, diciamo, nella società in senso più allargato. Quindi insomma vi invito a ricordare sempre che qualsiasi occasione di presentazione del proprio lavoro è un modo per diciamo anche percepire ecco, l'impatto che le ricerche di base fondamentali e applicate hanno diciamo, nell'ambito più ampio possibile. Quindi di nuovo benvenuti e buona giornata di discussione.
Procediamo invitando sul palco la professoressa Barbara Barboni, direttrice della Scuola di Alta Formazione e Ricerca dell'Università di Teramo.
Grazie mille, buongiorno a tutti. È un piacere portare i saluti della Scuola di Alta Formazione della nostra università. Diciamo che per me in questo contesto è abbastanza difficile tenere questo ruolo istituzionale, calza meglio il ruolo di membro fondatore di questo corso di dottorato di cui sono particolarmente orgogliosa. Però devo riportarmi nel ruolo istituzionale, perché altrimenti la professoressa Russo potrebbe riprendermi, no? È un'occasione per parlare della scuola di alta formazione, per vedere che ruolo ha, per presentarvi che ruolo ha rispetto al nostro corso di dottorato e rispetto a questo evento. La scuola di formazione nasce 2 anni fa a Teramo con un'esigenza soprattutto di tipo amministrativo, a fronte della complessità di affrontare la gestione del percorso di alta formazione a fronte delle novità che sono intervenute nel sistema universitario nazionale. Quindi nasce con un obiettivo amministrativo, e credo che per tutti i coordinatori di dottorato, fra cui la professoressa Russo, questo sia stato un elemento importante per facilitare questa fase di transizione. Ma in realtà abbiamo voluto da subito un po' nobilitare il nostro ruolo, non essere solo mera gestione, e una delle prime iniziative è stata quella di investire risorse per promuovere l'alta formazione, e per fare questo abbiamo creato un format che è quello del mese della ricerca, che è un'iniziativa che annualmente facciamo nel mese di settembre. Gli attori sono i corsi di dottorato, e creiamo e finanziamo questi corsi di dottorato a organizzare degli eventi che creino dei contesti multidisciplinari aperti, entro cui appunto i dottorati hanno la possibilità di esprimere le loro potenzialità di ricerca, e connettendosi con il tessuto, come vedete, imprenditoriale, accademico, nazionale ed internazionale. Quindi il mese della ricerca parte fondamentalmente lo scorso anno con 7 eventi, che sono i 7 annual meeting codificati per i nostri corsi di dottorato, ma già adesso siamo alla seconda edizione, il modello si è implementato. Quest'anno abbiamo i 7 corsi di dottorato, abbiamo 2 eventi trasversali, da un contest fotografico siamo passati a 3, abbiamo ospitato il workshop nazionale dei dottorati di ricerca del settore tecnologia alimentare, e abbiamo consolidato l'ultimo evento che teniamo l'ultimo venerdì del mese, che è la maratona delle radio universitarie, che utilizziamo per far fare le interviste ai nostri dottorandi premiati, per celebrare questo evento europeo della notte dei ricercatori. Quindi, come capite, un modello che funziona nei numeri. L'anno scorso abbiamo avuto 300 partecipanti, quest'anno supereremo sicuramente i 1000 partecipanti, ma funziona perché è dinamico. E quali sono gli stimoli che creano questo dinamismo? Qualsiasi suggerimento che viene da questo ecosistema che generiamo nel mese della ricerca, e quindi i dottorandi, i coordinatori, ma anche gli esperti, possono essere utili per migliorarci in questa iniziativa. L'importante è avere un codice comune, che è quello della scuola, che è promuovere l'alta formazione in ricerca e valorizzare i talenti dei nostri ricercatori. Quindi buon lavoro a tutti, e ci divertiremo in questa giornata.
Lascio la parola adesso al professor Ippoliti come rappresentante del Dipartimento MESVA dell'Università dell'Aquila.
Buongiorno a tutti, porto i saluti della direttrice del Dipartimento MESVA, la professoressa Anna Maria Cimini, che oggi non è presente perché era impegnata in un convegno internazionale, e come Dipartimento noi abbiamo intrapreso insieme ai colleghi e amici ormai di Teramo questa avventura di un dottorato che inizialmente era partito in una forma consorziata per poi diventare una forma convenzionata, quindi siamo partiti, se non erro, dal 29esimo ciclo, e quindi insomma sono più di 10 anni che collaboriamo fattivamente, e devo ringraziare anche la direttrice dell'epoca, la professoressa Cifone, che fu una grande sostenitrice della istituzione di questo dottorato, che è proseguito poi nella gestione del dipartimentale da parte del professor Macchiarelli, direttore fino all'anno scorso, e adesso con la professoressa Cimini. Ha sempre rappresentato per noi un motivo di grande orgoglio e vanto, perché la qualità scientifica dei nostri dottori di ricerca è senza dubbio uno degli aspetti che ha sempre caratterizzato questa nostra collaborazione con l'Università di Teramo, E devo dire che oggi sono presenti diversi rappresentanti di aziende sul territorio. Con grande soddisfazione spesso i nostri dottori di ricerca trovano collocazione nel mondo del lavoro anche nelle aziende, quindi questa collaborazione fattiva, che oggi speriamo diventi ancora più stretta, è una, diciamo, delle caratteristiche di questo dottorato, per il quale, diciamo, non ci stancheremo mai di impegnarci sia in termini di risorse del personale che anche, diciamo, quando possibile, risorse economiche. Quindi a nome della professoressa Cimini e di tutto il Dipartimento MESVA vi ringrazio per essere presenti oggi in questa giornata. Auguro a tutti i prossimi dottori di ricerca di superare brillantemente la prova finale e di trovare soddisfazione nella loro vita lavorativa. Vi ringrazio.
Invito adesso il professor Enrico Dainese, direttore del Dipartimento di Bioscienze dell'Università degli Studi di Teramo.
Buongiorno a tutti, ovviamente mi associo ai ringraziamenti dei colleghi dell'Università dell'Aquila, con cui abbiamo appunto da anni attività di collaborazione per questo dottorato. Oggi continua la seconda giornata iniziata ieri a Teramo, per riprendere un po' ciò che diciamo, ha sottolineato la collega Barboni. Nell'ambito del dottorato a Teramo, la scuola di dottorato, diciamo, che recepisce quelle che sono le direttive ANVUR, ma lo fa divertendosi, cioè lo fa praticamente istituendo e lavorando molto, ovviamente, lo fa istituendo delle attività che sono delle attività diciamo tra cui l'annual meeting, tra cui appunto la formazione per la comunicazione, la formazione per la terza missione del trasferimento tecnologico, attraverso delle iniziative che siano, diciamo, quanto più partecipate dai dottorandi stessi, questo è il convegno per voi, e quanto più in modo assolutamente, diciamo, non burocratizzato, insomma, per cui in modo molto occidentale, devo dire con anglosassone, con un approccio veramente trasversale. Quindi volevo ringraziare i colleghi dell'Aquila, ma volevo ringraziare Barbara per questo imprinting che hai dato negli anni alla scuola di dottorato, al dottorato in biotecnologie cellulari e molecolari, ma a tutti i dottorati che fanno capo al mio dipartimento. Come ricordavi prima, abbiamo ospitato anche dei convegni internazionali che hanno, diciamo, in tutto ospitato oltre 1 migliaio di persone, tenuto conto di tutta l'attività svolta. Quindi un grazie ancora. Oggi ci sono diversi rappresentanti di aziende che hanno già progetti in collaborazione con molti docenti nel board del dottorato e con molti dottorandi di ricerca, e quindi oggi è una giornata in cui l'aspetto del trasferimento tecnologico, che per voi dottorandi significa anche un aspetto di professionalità, diventa particolarmente importante. Ieri avete avuto la possibilità di diciamo, implementare la vostra comunicazione, la comunicazione nello stile grandmother, cioè se tu spieghi a tua nonna che sai trasferire le informazioni, è dal punto di vista, diciamo, europeo, dei progetti finanziati in ambito europeo e quant'altro, quanto più richiesto dai giovani. Cioè oggi dobbiamo saper trasferire anche le attività di ricerca complesse con messaggi semplici che siano recepiti non solo dalle aziende, ovviamente, che oggi abbiamo qui, ma soprattutto dai cittadini. Quindi l'augurio è che riusciate ad essere quindi delle persone complete con questi 3 pilastri fondamentali: ricerca, comunicazione e trasferimento tecnologico. Grazie e buona giornata.
Diamo ancora la parola al professor Ippoliti, che è qui in rappresentanza dell'OBLA, dell'Ordine Biologi del Lazio.
Sono sempre io, mi metto gli occhiali così sembra un altro. Oggi il ruolo della rappresentanza, rappresento anche la Presidente dell'Ordine Biologi Lazio Abruzzo, la dottoressa Daniela Arduini, che diciamo, oggi non poteva partecipare. Mi ha delegato, diciamo, a portare i saluti dell'Ordine, che ha patrocinato questo evento con grande piacere. E l'Ordine, diciamo, dei biologi si è trasformato recentemente, come voi forse saprete, se non lo sapete, ve lo dico io, da ordine nazionale in ordine territoriale, come diciamo la maggior parte degli ordini professionali, e quindi per i biologi ma anche per i biotecnologi l'ordine di riferimento è quello che vedete là nel manifesto che potete vedere sulla vostra destra, dove ci sono anche gli indirizzi per comunicazioni e interessi eventuali. E l'ordine nella sua composizione attuale Lazio-Abruzzo ha un consiglio direttivo di cui io faccio parte, che ha politicamente diciamo dato un'impronta attraverso una delega che io ho ottenuto per i rapporti con l'università, che fosse diciamo un forte segnale del fatto che l'ordine professionale non venisse visto soltanto come un organo burocratico, ma anche un punto di riferimento importante per chi non necessariamente fa della propria attività professionale quella del biologo nutrizionista e partecipa diciamo alla comunità scientifica attraverso le proprie attività professionali. Quindi sarebbe nostro diciamo, auspicio che ci fosse un interesse da parte soprattutto dei giovani, ma anche dei colleghi universitari più diciamo, esperti, a vedere diciamo, l'ordine dei biologi non soltanto come un ufficio burocratico, ma come un punto di riferimento che possa essere di supporto anche ad attività quali quelle che interessano di più a noi, cioè la ricerca. In tal aspetto stiamo cercando di portare avanti delle iniziative, abbiamo sovvenzionato partecipando sia come diciamo, supporters ad alcune attività di ricerca. Recentemente c'è stato un congresso sulle cellule staminali internazionale che alcuni di voi hanno anche seguito qui all'Aquila. L'Ordine ha patrocinato, anche contribuito economicamente allo svolgimento di questo evento, quindi sappiate che qualunque diciamo, proposta dal punto di vista di collaborazione scientifica da parte delle istituzioni universitarie di Lazio e Abruzzo può vedere nella mia persona un punto diciamo, di appoggio per cercare di portare avanti una politica di collaborazione maggiore. Stiamo cercando di introdurre addirittura forme di finanziamento per borse di studio e piccoli progetti di ricerca magari per i più giovani, e cercando di appunto di fare un po' una politica di cooperazione e anche un po' di attrazione diciamo in termini di iscrizione all'albo da parte dei nuovi dottori di ricerca e anche neolaureati. Quindi nella speranza che tutto ciò si possa concretizzare abbiamo aderito molto volentieri a questa giornata e speriamo diciamo, che sia diciamo, propizia per poter collaborare anche in futuro nuovamente in maniera più stretta. Grazie a nome di tutto l'Ordine dei Biologi Lazio Abruzzo e buon lavoro.
Concludiamo i saluti invitando la professoressa Russo, coordinatrice del corso di dottorato in biotecnologie cellulari e molecolari.
Buongiorno, autorità, cari dottorandi, cari colleghi e gentili ospiti. Per me è un grande piacere avervi qui in questa giornata. E come ha già anticipato la direttrice della scuola del dottorato di alta formazione in ricerca, questo annual meeting rientra nell'ambito del mese della ricerca e in questa giornata in particolare abbiamo avuto però anche il supporto dei due dipartimenti, il MESVA dell'Aquila e di Bioscienze di Teramo, e anche appunto, come ha anticipato prima il professor Ippoliti, il quale ha portato i suoi saluti da parte dell'Ordine dei Biologi del Lazio e dell'Abruzzo, appunto il loro patrocinio, e ringrazio tutti. Volevo, se mi permettete, spendere due parole sul nostro corso di dottorato, soprattutto per coloro i quali non lo conoscono. È un corso di dottorato appunto in biotecnologie cellulari e molecolari. Come è stato già anticipato dal professore Ippoliti, è un dottorato in convenzione con l'Università di Teramo e l'Università dell'Aquila, ma mi preme anche farvi sapere che in realtà a questo dottorato partecipa anche l'Istituto Zooprofilattico Sperimentale dell'Abruzzo e del Molise e anche aziende partner come appunto l'Assut Europe, la Dompé, la Juno Genetics, che finanziano borse di dottorato. Quindi questo corso di dottorato non è solo un corso di tipo internazionale, ma è anche industriale. E la missione di questo corso è quella soprattutto di formare giovani ricercatori che abbiano un senso critico, che siano innovativi e che soprattutto si sappiano muovere anche in un ambito non solo accademico, ma anche appunto imprenditoriale. Ed è proprio in questo contesto che si colloca la giornata di oggi, l'Innovation Forum, e questo evento vuole in realtà rappresentare una sorta di ponte tra loro, i nostri dottorandi, e voi aziende e stakeholders, e soprattutto anche un incubatore in cui le idee possono trasformarsi in possibili collaborazioni concrete. Ed è per questo motivo che sono molto lieta che molte aziende abbiano aderito a questa iniziativa e vi ringrazio appunto per aver partecipato a questo annual meeting. Annual meeting che si è svolto in 2 giornate, come avete appreso. Ieri a Teramo abbiamo avuto i dottorandi del primo e secondo anno, perdonatemi, queste sono le aziende che hanno aderito e che partecipano all'Innovation Forum, sono particolarmente orgogliosa di questa vostra presenza. E ieri, come dicevo, abbiamo avuto la prima giornata in cui i dottorandi del primo e secondo anno hanno potuto dimesticarsi, diciamo, con le comunicazioni scientifiche sia di tipo disseminativo che comunicativo, e poi hanno potuto anche sprigionare la loro creatività grazie al fotocontest che, come diceva la professoressa Barboni, sta avendo un successo sempre più crescente, tant'è che l'anno scorso avevamo 13 fotografie, quest'anno siamo arrivati a ben 18 opere presentate dai nostri dottorandi. Oggi all'Aquila invece i dottorandi del terzo anno, quindi i dottorandi che si stanno approssimando alla fine del loro percorso dottorale, sono chiamati a presentare i loro lavori scientifici in chiave di trasferimento tecnologico. E per fare questo si sono preparati, hanno seguito corsi su questo argomento appunto offerti dalla Scuola di Alta Formazione in Ricerca, ed è per questo motivo che abbiamo chiamato anche le aziende per valutarli. Ci sembra giusto che siate voi a valutare il loro lavoro. Quindi non mi voglio dilungare ulteriormente. And I will now switch on in English because this course is international. We have several international students, and so the presentations will be now held in English. And I would like to kindly ask Dr. Pucci to present the first speaker and her keynote. Thank you.
Yes, we are going to start with the plenary lecture. The speaker is the Professor Emanuela Arezzo. She's a professor of commercial law at the University of Teramo, and where she also teaches intellectual property law. She is a delegate of director of the University of Teramo for the third mission, and holds the Jean Monnet Chair in the European Union Innovation Law Policy for the Digital Age. Today, his presentation is the title of his presentation is Technology Transfer from Academia to Industry: the role of IPRs to foster innovation. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure for me to be here today as a delegate for the third mission, also as a law professor. My specialization is on IP. So I've prepared a presentation on the role of IPR to foster innovation and technology transfer, so the role of intellectual property also for the university and public research as a way to connect to the firm. I'm happy to hear that there are also many firms here today, although my presentation was prepared mostly for PhD students. So what are we going to talk about today? So first of all, what is technological transfer? What is the object, the goal of technological transfer, so both the goals and what it covers? Why is IP, intellectual property protection, important for technology transfer in general, but also as an instrument to foster innovation? We always talk about IPRs within companies, but we will see that IPRs are fundamental also for public research. And then where are we now? And what can we do to improve ourselves? What can we do better? So starting really from the basics, what do we transfer with technology transfer? So mostly inventions. That's our favorite IPRs, patent cover inventions. And what are inventions? Inventions are solutions to technical problems that were unsolved or were solved, but in a different way. So we improve on what was already known before. And they can be product, roughly speaking, they can be process as well. So they really cover a variety of things. And so what is a patent? It's really basic, but it's unknown sometimes. So a patent is basically a law certificate. It's something that states that you are the author, hence the owner of the invention. And they are really important because they grant the author of the invention the exclusive right to exploit the invention, to commercially produce and sell the invention, hence to profit from the invention. So the economic literature says patents spur innovation because they ignite a vicious circle whereby the inventor obtains the exclusive rights and then can market his product and then profit from it, and then it will gain incentives to keep inventing. So it's benefit for the overall circle. Well, this is Thomas Edison, who's one of the most credited inventors in the United States. Here he's cherishing a light bulb. Why? Because he's credited to have invented the light bulb. Actually, that's not accurate. He did not invent the light bulb, but he made what we call an improvement invention. So he gave it a different shape, and he changed the carbon fiber within the lamp, so that it made a commodity usable for domestic purposes for everyone. He patented successfully more than 1,000 patents, so he's really one of the most successful inventors. But this is just to show to the students, he did not stop with one patent. Here on the left, you can see that the first patent for which he's been credited for is of the 1880. And then he patented, this is just a few examples, another patent on 1882 and another one, always regarding the lighting system. Why am I saying this? Because we normally think, okay, we patent one invention. No, the innovation is a flow. So normally researchers have an intuition and then they try to bring it to something practical, useful. They can obtain a patent, and then when the research develops further, they can have improvement patent, and the more they patent, the stronger the protection is, the more effective licensing becomes. So it's better to have portfolios of titles instead of just one single patent. Once we have a patent, that's not the end of the story. If we want to be successful, we have to try to patent more and more. So what are the roads to patentability? They're different when we talk about private research or public research. Why? Because of course private research aims at discovering products, processes, and to have something to put on the market. So they have research department with researchers skilled to invent. We are a university. We, of course, have also other scope. We have research, we have teaching, and sometimes our research stays at the level of knowledge. So if it remains at the level of abstract knowledge, then, of course, it goes back in a good circle of knowledge shared within the community, but we want to improve technology transfer. So we are trying, and I think you're already going in a very good direction, to steer our research towards practical implementation. And this is where we bring about new solutions, and we can arrive to the stage of patent. So why is patent important for universities and research centers? Because of course companies obtain the patent on the product. Why? Because they want to sell it on the market. They have the facilities, the abilities to make copies and put them on the market. This is the spot where the university stops. We don't have a firm, we don't have companies, infrastructures, and this is where we need to interact with companies. So the goal of universities is to produce knowledge which can access the market, but then we need to talk to firms so that they can take on our knowledge and then actually produce it and bring it to the market. And this is third mission. This is how we communicate with the territory, with the firms, and we produce something that goes to the advantage of our market. And here we go back to the concept of technology transfer. We need to transfer our technologies because universities and public centers are not companies, so they can't reach the market without the help of the firms. So this is a very nice quote that I always read to my students. It's a letter that one of the former United States presidents wrote to Isaac McPherson, talking in general about knowledge. I'm going to read it to you. He who receives an idea from me receives instruction himself without lessening mine, as he who lights his taper at mine receives light without darkening me. So McPherson was talking about knowledge, and he was pointing out to some properties of knowledge goods, shared, of course, by inventions, that now economists always talk about. So inventions, like knowledge, have these two properties. They are non-excludable in consumption. What does it mean? That once I have conceived something, the fact that many people use it at the same time doesn't diminish the values, it's not revalues, and does not prevent others from using it. Very basic example. If we want to use a car and I squeeze in and then Professor Barboni and Professor Dainese squeeze in, it means that it's 3 people, you cannot fit in the same car. I can only use it, we can only use it at the same time. It's not the same for inventions. If I tell you the concept of my invention, everyone can reproduce it, everyone can make it at the same time, and the value of my invention is not diminished by the fact that everyone is using it. But what happens? Economist says inventions as knowledge are costly to produce. They require time, they require skills. So what if, yes, I do it and I'm not able to recoup my incentives? What if I cannot claim my property on my inventions and everyone, yes, of course, uses it, but I don't profit from it? Then there could be what economists call a market failure. No one would have the incentives to invest in the first place. And this is why intellectual property and patents are important, because I was saying before, it's a certificate of property that tells you, you did it first, that's yours, you managed it, so now you have exclusive right to produce it. And this is good, of course, for firms, which produce by themselves, but it's also fundamental for universities. Why? Because we need a certificate in order to transfer our intellectual property. If we don't have a certificate that states, you did this research, you author it, and you own it, and you can use it, then we wouldn't have anything to give to firm and to get compensation from, which goes back to university. Oh, sorry, I didn't. Went through. So why would university or public research be interested in filing? I anticipated already. Now there's lots of talk about third mission and the fact that ANVUR measures also the number of patents. Yes, that's true. Of course, if we have more patents to bring to ANVUR, we are very, very happy, but that's not actually the point. We want good patents. We want good research and good title of protection to be presented. Of course, the more they are, the better, but also they have to be valuable. Reputation, do we need them to generate reputation? Yes, but we have already copyright. Most of the times researchers kind of get confused between the different value of copyright and patent. Copyright, of course, is good to claim authorship. You publish a paper, you rush to publish because you want to show the community that you are the first one who was working on something and achieved some result. But copyright only gives you credit for authorship and only covers the content and the reproduction of what you wrote on paper. It doesn't cover the working of the invention that you have narrated in the paper, but it only gives you exclusive right to the copy of the paper that you have published. So it doesn't cover use. It's good for reputation, but to get to the market and have a safe harbor, then you need patent. So of course, it's also good for reputation, especially for firms, but for university, patents are needed for something else. The same goes for the third question. Are they good because they generate a financial asset? Well, of course, patents have what economists call a signaling power. So they are a signal to the market, and they are good to attract firms, for example, so that we can enter into contracts for research. But again, what is the purpose? The main purpose is for technology transfer. If we get a patent, we can, of course, have something to license. We can license it, we can sell it, but we have something to capitalize. So the main purpose is to foster tech transfer, which again brings profits to the university and fosters incentives in innovation, and also gives us resources to build better labs and improve our research facility. So general data, how is going public research in Italy? Those are data taken from NETVAL, which is the Association of Technology Transfer and Valorization of Research. They're a little bit difficult to read. The data stops to 2022. What do they show? Let's look at the chart number 8. This is the number of patents which have been granted to university, where you can see, for example, that from 2004 to 2022, there's lesser number of universities who have 0 titles. So we are getting better. You can see that the number of universities that have more than 15 patents a year has risen from 1 in 2004 to 12 in 2022. And the same goes for the numbers about portfolios of patents, referred as group of patents. So this is surely a good news. The number is rising. What is the bad news? So the bad news is that if we break down the data within universities, basically the data shows that we have 5 top players, which are big universities, of course, Politecnico universities, and then the smaller universities have very, very few patents. This is another very interesting set of data. This has been recorded by the European Patent Office, and the data are, well, the publication is from 2004. Of course, it goes back to a few years before again. This is even more interesting because it looks at the big pictures, so all universities and public research centers in Europe. And it's also quite interesting because you can see there are 2 different greens. There's a light green, a darker green in the picture. That's because the EPO has made a distinction between what it calls direct and indirect patenting. So direct patenting is when the patent is filed by the university. Indirect patenting is all the sort of patenting that happens when there are multiple owners, and among them there's a university researcher, public university or university researcher. So you can see that, for example, in Sweden, all the research is basically indirect research. So there's a huge and strong link with companies. If we look, for example, at France is surely the country where there's a higher number of direct patenting, so patenting deposited and filed by university. So it's a very different and fragmented scenario yet, which probably also shows difference in legislations. I promised I would have not talked about law, so I'm not talking about the patentability regime in Italy, but now we have, in a few years, 2 years ago, we have abolished the professor privilege, which means that it's not the researcher in person that deposit the patent, but it's the university where the researcher is employed. But this is like in this way, this legal regime stands for the majority of the European member states, not all of them. We don't have a law which is harmonized on this matter yet, and this probably is reflected in the different percentage that we can see here in the chart. Again, where's Italy? It's not badly ranked. Of course, it's not among the top players, but it can do better again, because it's mostly the big top 5 players that drives us up, and then we still have few patents within small universities. Of course, I was saying there's a third path to patentability whenever basically the research is funded by companies. This is a very promising route, and I know that you have lots of collaborations with firms. So what happens is that the firms ask university researchers to follow a certain research path to achieve a certain output, so they jointly collaborate, and of course they target new solutions which can lead to a patent. It's not sure that they will automatically lead to a patent, and this is the tricky aspect of collaboration contracts, because of course they're hopefully huge fundings, but one thing is to make a solution, and to get a patent, it's an entirely different outcome, because of course it doesn't depend on the goodwill of the researchers, it depends on the patent office. So the patent office will have to examine whether the innovation fulfills the patentability requirements. So it's very important when you enter those contracts to discipline all the aspects. Few words, just very few on this, and then of course if you have any question, I'm at your disposal. The knowledge merge, university knowledge, firms' knowledge, they combine. It's very important to put down in those agreements what is your background, what is your background knowledge that you put into this collaboration, which may eventually end up in a patent, because otherwise the previous knowledge becomes propertized in a patent that goes to the firm. It's important to balance those aspects and protect public knowledge, which has to remain in the sphere. I'm going to the conclusions. What can we take and reflect from those data? So there's still a big imbalances in the percentage of direct versus indirect application in the member states. Italy is a bit behind. We have to recoup this lag. Very interesting observation by the EPO. The EPO draws a correlation between the higher number of patents held by top players in Italy, for example, but in general from big universities across Europe, and the maturity model of the TTO. The technology transfer offices must have the necessary skills. If the TTO is understaffed, doesn't have the adequate knowledge, then of course the patenting strategies cannot be successfully enforced. And this is where we are heading now in University of Teramo, where we obtain funding from the Ministry of Firms to enlarge our structures, and especially to have 2 people that are especially trained to construct, let's say, some sort of a bridge between the TTO and the scientific departments, because most of the times we don't communicate. We don't know where your stage of research is going, if it's mature enough, if it's just abstract knowledge, if it can already be put on the pedestal and shown to firms, etc., etc. So we really hope that we are going in the right direction. Okay, and this was the end. Here just some recap. Again, patents are useful for universities, especially for technology transfers. We have to invest on our TTOs in order to have more efficient strategies, both to protect innovation and to license innovation. We also have to train young researchers, which is what we've been doing already since a few years. Also with scientific departments, we are providing little seminars to explain to scientists and young research what is IP, why it is important, what are the different instruments of IP. Today I've just talked about patents, but there's copyright, there's trademark, there's utility patent, there's new plant varieties, etc., etc. There are really different instruments that can target different research results. There's database protection when you just test data, for example. So it's important to have you scientists to have knowledge of the different instruments so that you can come to the TTO and say, I've done this, how can we exploit it? How can we contact firms and sell it to firms so that they can put it on the market? So this is fundamentals. Fourth aspect, inventors must be remunerated every time the patent is transferred. This is also a fundamental aspect. Even though the patent now is obtained at university level, the inventor must be rewarded because it's fundamental to keep inventive to research going. Also, when the research is funded by firms, there has to be a special prize for the researcher if the solution is patented, because that's something else. It's not the funding of the research, it's one thing, but then if we get to patentability stage, then there has to be a special prize for the inventors. And lastly, that's almost taken for granted, of course, we have all to collaborate. University, researchers, company, that's how we maximize utility for everyone. I hope I stayed in the time. Thank you for your attention.
Perfectly in time, Manuela, thank you indeed.
Thank you, Professoressa Arezzo, for your clear and inspiring presentation. Now we can move to the second lecture. The second speaker is the Professor Claudio D'Addario. He's full professor of clinical molecular biology at the University of Teramo, where he leads research on the molecular mechanism underlying neuropsychiatric disorder and addiction. He will talk on his experience in patenting, and the title of his presentation is Turning Research into Impact, Method for the Diagnosis and Monitoring of ADHD.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to show you here our experience in patenting. I want to move forward from what Professor Arezzo was talking, and the last slide, she was mentioning that researchers must be trained, but researchers must be also motivated to try to work and patent their ideas, and this is a little bit complicated. I will show you how we start. I actually own 2 patents with the other collaborator. One is from public research and the other one is from private research. Today I will show you the data that we obtain the patent from the public research. And that was a very nice experience, but it is complicated, and I hope that in general in the future our ministry will help us to work more on this kind of opportunities. So what I will show you today is how we move from our basic idea, research, to have a patent on this. So ADHD, this is a neurodevelopmental disorder characterized by inattention, hyperactivity, impulsivity, and is affecting today around 5% of the global population of children globally. There are 2 main manuals that help clinicians to diagnose ADHD. The one that is more used is the DSM-5, Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of the American Psychiatric Association, and then there is also the International Statistical Classification of Disease and Related Health Problems. They have a little bit difference in how you must characterize the symptom in attention, hyperactivity, and impulsivity. So it's a little bit complicated, the diagnosis, and moreover, symptoms have to be present in 2 or more environments. It means home, school, work. So the parents have a very crucial role in understanding if a child might have this kind of symptoms and thus develop the disease. So there is a problem. There is a problem because we need cross-setting criteria, so both parents and teacher have to agree. And moreover, the diagnosis is very difficult when you have children under 5 years old, because not all the children go to school at the same age. You might find in the same class children of 5 years old and 7 years old, depending on when they are born, so it's complicated. And sometimes some kind of ADHD behaviors are caused by life change, so death in the family, relocation, or maybe other medical condition that has not been diagnosed. And very important, after COVID, since 2020, there is a big increase in ADHD in adults. So, do you have ADHD? It's complicated. So now, so far, the diagnosis is based just on the interview from the clinicians and from parents to the children that has to report then to the clinicians what they believe. There are no biological markers, and the treatment response is vary so much between patients. So there is the need of personalized medicine, and the National Institute of Mental Health already a few years ago, the director of National Institute of Mental Health said that from the next manual, they want to have biological marker. They need to have biological marker, not just for this disorder, but for eventually all the psychiatric conditions. So, and they developed this research domain criteria that it's a framework for new approach to investigate mental disorder. So we move from that because we actually work on mental health. We work on different psychiatric condition and try to understand the molecular mechanism behind this condition. So ADHD, it's a genetic disease, yes, partially, but there has been seen that brain injury can be responsible of this disorder. Low birth weight has been seen to be responsible, might be responsible of this disorder, like also premature delivery or alcohol and tobacco exposure during pregnancy, and also many other possible environmental triggers. So genes are important, but not just genes. It seems that it's a classical disease where you need to account for the environment, so genes-environment interaction. And when you talk about genes, you need to understand which kind of system you want to study, and we started to analyze the dopaminergic system in ADHD. Why? Because this is a synapses. You can see the presynaptic terminal and the postsynaptic terminal, and we know that there are several dopaminergic receptors at the synapses, presynaptic and postsynaptic receptor, and we know the stimulants used to cure ADHD actually target the dopaminergic system. We know that there are several genetic animal models that show that when you have an altered dopaminergic signaling, you might observe symptoms of ADHD in animals. We know that there are brain imaging studies showing that there is an alteration in dopaminergic signaling. So moving from that, we decided to focus on this system, and in particular, focusing on the dopaminergic transporter, DAT1, the gene is DAT1. Dopaminergic transporter in the slide is this orange colored block. So this is a presynaptic receptor, so it's responsible for the reuptake of dopamine in the presynaptic. And so when you have a reduction of this receptor, you have an increase in the dopamine level, so an increase of signaling in the postsynaptic terminal. This is why most of the drugs that are used to treat ADHD tag this receptor. So methylphenidate, the Ritalin, is the drug that tag dopamine transporter. So tag this dopamine transporter, you have an increase in the dopamine in the synaptic cleft, so an increase in the level of the dopamine in the postsynaptic neuron. So and there is a bunch of literature studying this receptor, and we started to study this receptor. So we we designed this kind of study, a multimodal approach, going from clinical, so the assessment by the clinician of all those scores that might help us to understand if a child has ADHD, and then also epigenetic, because this is what we do, and talking about the gene-environmental combination, it's very relevant. And then the genetics and the immunology. So the epigenetics, we start to study again the DAT, focusing on this particular receptor. Also the genetic, because there is a polymorphism, a variant number of repeats present in the gene that has been associated with the disorder. And then immunology, because our collaborator already found out that there are the autoantibodies against this receptor. I will show all of this. We start from recruiting 30 children, age between 6 and 14, with a diagnosis based on the DSM-5 of ADHD, and we have a clinical assessment from the clinician for the symptom severity. We have these two scales, the Children Global Assessment Scale, called also CGAS, when you have scores from 1 to 100, and the higher is, the better is the lower is the functioning, and then this score is given by the clinician. The other score, the corner, is given by the parents. We have this clinical assessment, and then also we collect blood and saliva. From blood and saliva, we obtain DNA. At the level of epigenetic level, we know that epigenetic mechanisms are all those mechanisms that when you have alteration in gene transcription evoked by the environment. So our gene can be turned on and off via environmental triggers. We have different epigenetic mechanisms. This is just a summary slide. Histone modification, microRNA, and DNA methylation. We focus just on DNA methylation for this study. DNA methylation is associated with gene transcription because when you have a DNA that is more methylated at the level of some particular cytosine in the sequence, the so-called CpG sites, the gene is less transcribed. So meaning when you have a higher level of methylation, you have less transcription. When you have a low level of methylation, you have higher transcription of the gene. So we study our gene. This is the schematic representation of the DAT gene. And you can see there is a CpG island, a region of the gene rich in CpG sites. In this region, we could quantify the methylation level of different CpG sites, the one that you can see in red. We did that through an NGS method, the pyrosequencing. And we, at the level of genetic, we could also evaluate the presence of the different allele, the VNTR at the 3 UTR of the gene. And we know that the 10 repeat allele is the one already associated to ADHD, the risk allele. But among our subjects, we actually preventively selected these 30 subjects to have 15 with the risk allele, the 10-10 allele, and the other one with the protective allele, the 9X allele, X meaning any other of the possible repeat that you can have in the sequence. And then we have the immunology. So we know that now have been identified several neuronal autoantibodies associated with the different psychiatric syndromes, mainly targeting glutamate, so NMDA receptor, as well as GAD, the carboxylase. But a few years ago, our collaborators found out that there are these auto-antibody against that, and they have been able to patent also this antibody. So we use those one too to check in our children how is going the level of this protein in the blood, of course. So now I move to show you the results. This is the DNA methylation below the CpG site that we have been monitoring. There are 7 CpG sites, but one seems to be completely unmethylated, so we didn't monitor the CpG site number 4. But as you can see, in all the CpG sites that we evaluated, there is a significant reduction in DNA methylation for all of them. This was quite surprising. Then from this started the idea, so maybe this might be interesting. And so we start to see, okay, let's see if we can correlate this change in DNA methylation with all the other parameters that we know. So first of all, the clinical value. And I will show just where we found something significant that was then not relevant for the patent. All the other data I wouldn't show, of course. When we look at the clinical scores in the people, those children that have the risk allele, the 1010 allele, at the recruitment, at the beginning of the study, we found that there was an inverse correlation for one CpG site, showing that, and then we hypothesized that this, when we have a high level of methylation, might be an index of ADHD severity. Also was interesting, the other allele, the protective allele, the DAT9X, let's say, after treatment, after 6 weeks of treatment with methylphenidate, we have an inverse correlation for many of the corner score that we can find that in just 2 of the CpG sites number 2 and number 6. So in this case, this higher level of methylation might denote the likelihood of a quick recovery. And then we want to correlate the level of our autoantibody, that autoantibody at DNA methylation. Again, we found a correlation, and again on those 3 CpG sites, CpG 1, 2, and 6. And we show that high level of DNA methylation alone, but also in combination with the high level of that antibody in particular, one CpG site might serve as an index of severity, and when you have 2 CpG sites, number 2 and number 6, might be an index of recovery, depending on the subject, if it's a high-risk subject or low-risk subject. So this data help us to think, should we patent this? It seems interesting. We think we have novel biomarker combination, we have a methylation, genotype, autoantibody, we have a new diagnostics method, so specific CpG sites. I should say that when we did that, it's already 7 years ago, the method, the parasequencing method was already, of course, ongoing, but not like today, so maybe it was even more new at that time. And we believe that we might develop a predictive algorithm for treatment response prediction based on our data. And also, again, we collected DNA from blood and saliva, and we found out that what we can observe in blood is the same of what we observe in saliva. So again, using a not invasive method to have to help to the diagnosis. So we think maybe this is patentable, and we start to work on that, and we did this. We have this claim in our patent. So we believe we have a method for the diagnosis of the disease using this particular gene and its regulation at the level of epigenetic and the genetic level. Just if you combine both, the 3 elements, the methylation, the immunology, and the genetic, you might claim that you have a possible diagnostic market. So our claim was you have a comprehensive ADHD biomarker system that you might want to exploit for commercial potential, and this is what we wanted to do. As I said, this was a very, very long procedure. We start from an Italian patent, then to European patent, just released last year. It took 7 years. It's nice, it's very complicated. As I was saying, that I think that the ministry should support us to do that, because there is no money to do that. I mean, we got this money from our public research, from other funding, but there is no money for research. When you have to private, yes, you have the money from the company, but from public research it's not. And another thing you should know, of course, that you cannot publish your data before you patent it, and this is okay, but we are judged by our minister because we have to publish. So if we don't publish, it's a problem. So I think that it's nice to publish, it's nice to patent. I think it's something that we have to do, all of us have to do, but we need support. We need support because otherwise, why the small university doesn't do that? It's because we are too few, and we need to prioritize. And of course, we prioritize research. But I mean, it was a nice experience. I would like to do more. I think actually I'm trying to do another one, but yeah, it is a little bit complicated. And I mean, of course, there are several limitations in our study, and we know, I mean, the number of sample is very small. And actually, this is what the reviewer said, because you go through a process of revision of your patent. It's not just, let's say, when you publish a paper, but it's more and more complicated because they are very tough on you. And you need to convince them that your idea is patentable. Actually, at the end, we did convince them, but it was very complicated. It was really complicated. And because the limitation was those small sample size. This is a single center study. All the patients was from a single center. We don't have a long-term follow-up, just 6 weeks. It's not so much. And the teacher assessment we have at the recruitment not after 6 weeks. So that was a little bit complicated. But again, we managed to patent it, but of course, and then we patented it, and then we finally published. So this paper came out in 2018. After that, we deposited our patent, but the final patent was in 2024. So it was a long way. So my take-home message is that it's possible to translate from bench to patent protection your ideas, but it's complicated, but I think it's worth to do though. And this is, I mean, it's not this patent is not by myself, but it's with other two partners, Istituto Superiore di Sanità and Sapienza, University of Rome, and this is the data of our method patent. Thank you.
Thank you, Claudio, for sharing your experience with us. We can move to the next. No question. Yeah. We have the next speaker, Dr. Liliana Liverani. She is a researcher and project manager in biomedical engineering and biomaterials. She is a R&D officer and a project manager at the GSSPA. She also collaborates as a visiting senior researcher in the Institute of Biomaterials, Frederik Alexander at the University of Erlangen-Nuremberg. The title of his presentation is The Real World Impact of a PhD, Competence, Choice, and Change. Thank you, Liliana.
Thank you for the nice presentation. And thank you for being here, and it's really a pleasure for me to have this presentation, which is a bit in the middle of not really deeply technical, but want to bring you some experience, which was my experience, and probably some point of discussion afterwards. Why this talk? And also why this title? And what is then your PhD? You are arriving almost at the end of your path because you are the student of the third year, so it is very different having this type of a presentation for you at this stage of your path. It is not only a title. Of course, it's important to get a title at the end of a journey, but this journey is meant to be a growth, professional and personal. And also what will happen now at the end. So now research is basically your life and what happened afterwards and what is the real world. So it could be still research, but I want to give you some perspective and to see also what there is behind what can be an industry or something beyond. So just to evaluate with you what can be the portfolio. And what will be the pillar of this presentation. So the competencies, choice, and change. By chance, they have all the C, so we can say the 3 C of this presentation. And I will start first with competence, but first I will start with some statistics. So how many are the people that can hold the PhD in the worldwide? So still few respect to the average population. And even among the European country, Italy is not really in the high position, and we are around 1%. So consider also that you are lucky that to have had the opportunity to have done this journey and to try to take the best from this. Why competencies? So this is the Alma Laurea report from 2025. So your colleague filled it last year. And what happened about what will be relevant for the PhD in your position, so looking for a job. And if you see highlighted in yellow, what is the use of the competencies that you have acquired during your path is around 50%. That means that is not really one of the drivers for looking for a job, rather to a new acquisition of professionality. That is the first driver apparently, so means that is, of course, is very important to continue learning and to acquire new professionalities, but still I wanted to highlight, and I hope to have with this presentation a bit giving you to think about what are your competencies and what you can really use, and if this can be a starting point for your future career. But also why choice and change, because the same report also is about the intention after the PhD. And of course, there are some differences depending on which are the topics of the PhD, but then let's look on the average and the total percentage, which is more than 40 about an academic career, which then is something that of course, in the intention of the PhD student is very desired. And still, what you see in purple, work in public sector and private sector, quite general and not that high or prevalent respect to the area of the academic career. And if you sum up, basically, the most is related to research. So this is also quite important, and why are the other two C of this presentation about the choice and change. So I hope to give you. So this is still how I designed this presentation for this event. I want to start talking about my experience, and starting from this, I will go then deep. So I'm Italian, and therefore, of course, the basic system from primary elementary school and as a high school, I finished so the scientific path. I complete my bachelor degree in biomedical engineering, the master degree in biomedical engineering. Then I went to Milan in Politecnico for what was a sort of hybrid course, because it was so lecture, a period in the operative unit in a hospital, and a final industrial internship that I did in St. Jude Medical. And afterwards, I started my PhD in biomedical engineering in Rome, in Campus Biomedico di Roma. But what I did, so this was my PhD, and as many of you, I went abroad for what now is called Erasmus+. At that time was the Erasmus LLP Life Learning Program. And so many of you know myself, this was 2011, you can recognize probably someone. And this was a very important experience, and now you see why and how afterwards. What I did after, exactly in the average of the statistic you see before. I stay in academia, and I started a postdoc. But I continued doing some of the activity that I was used to already perform during my PhD. Educational activity, I was assistant for some training courses and other chemistry courses. I had several mentoring activity and coaching activity that I start as a, let's say, mandatory activity during the PhD. So we had some of the students to be as a buddy for their path. And this activity was not mandatory anymore afterwards, but I still have continued this activity. And I have still some research and lab activities, but then I was involved in a project of about completely another topic respect to what was my experimental lab work. And this was also very important because was having completely experience with new stakeholder, other people, other partner was very important. Afterwards, I was selected for this project, which was combining research center and companies, and was one of the new people for this PON project. And afterwards, I was applying for a Marie Curie Individual Fellowship, so this is the email that I wish to all of you to receive. I could not believe when I read it. I thought it was phishing, and I was quite disappointed because I say, how do they know that I was applying? So that's a very bad joke to send to people this kind of email. I trusted just afterwards when I received another email about the congratulation of the hosting person that was applied. I've seen it, so congratulations. Then I realized that this was real. So this was how it happened. And yes, this was just in court, this Swiss kind, but I know that many of you know the Marie Sklodowska-Curie program, what is an individual fellowship, so I don't have to tell you anything. So talking about competencies, so what was coming from my PhD to make me able to perform this activity? Critical thinking and problem solving. This is something that all of you are doing every day. And you have to capitalize this attitude because this is very important for everything. Project management, this is something that you will see, you will improve and feed every day as a competence, but you have to start right now. And I'm sure that you are in this environment already, all of the events in which you are involved. This is a clear example that even your mentors and your supervisor are really cultivating your talent and giving you a lot of opportunities. Therefore, all the involvement in projects which are national, European, international, are a huge opportunity for you. And all of the competencies that you can handle from this management project means that you can be involved in writing the proposal, in writing all of the deliverable and the reporting part, preparing all of the experimental part of the lab. This is one of the core, otherwise the results cannot be reported if you're not doing it. And afterwards, cultivating the relationship you got with these people. The scientific leadership is something that I could not have written myself, a full proposal for the Marie Curie, if I would not have built day by day this competence. Communication. Paper conferences, teaching, networking, and public speaking. Exactly what was the topic of the Innovation Forum of yesterday. These skills are very important. And you have it for sure. And all of your institution is supporting you to develop more and more these skills. I will not talking about the technical expertise because this is, I give for sure that you have it and you are, of course, on top level, but not forget to value it. Mentoring and coaching. So it is, don't forget about it, it's a competence. You can be a mentor, a coach for others, but seek for good mentors because this is also very helpful for you. And this is supporting your professional and personal career. I will just give you a couple of slides for what was my technical expertise and the focus of the Marie Curie. So I was dealing with biomaterials and their characterization, so mainly on tissue engineering, electrospinning, and working with benign solvents, and facing the interface tissues and working with the integration of bioactive materials as a bioactive glasses inside them. And finally, I choose one of my research line about the Reproten and to use the PCL-based fibers for this kind of application. So, competence in action. So what else then I did? So then I went to Germany, and of course I was there for these 2 years plus, then I stayed for other 5 years, involved in many other projects, because there was a center of excellence in which then of course there were many projects and try to be also reactive and be involved. I was part, so basically this, what you see here just as an acronym, FANGLAS, BBC, and P4FIT were the proposal in which I was very proud to be part since the beginning. So you will see that when you are supporting the writing of a proposal and you can design it, and then it is successful and you can work on it, this is a great satisfaction, and it's giving you even more than the other projects. Of course, you have to manage several projects and many people with different tasks, with different, of course, temper, and this is also something that you have to do. Of course, I could improve my technical skills because I learned a lot. There was a lot of possibility, a lot of facilities, much more that I haven't seen during my PhD, I've seen there. So this is also very important. I improved, of course, what was there, the communication, the dissemination, and I got involved more and more in national societies. I was for many years in the YSF, the part of the young scientists of the ESB, the European Society of Biomaterials. This was a very, very important part, but of course, taking time also to organize the event for the national conference and so on. So this part was taking a lot of time. I wanted to put it there. Many of these activities are not paid, are simply part of what is your professionality, because no one is obliging you to be active participant organizing event for your society. But this is part of your job, for you, for your students, and for your path. So do not have the expectation that everything of your task should be paid, or you will not do it if you not get paid for this. This is not really the good mood of thinking and selecting the activity, because you have to be strategic and to see what is important for you from your professional and personal point of view. And this is even more and more valid for mentoring and coaching the other people. Imagine if you go to your mentors and the mentor is expecting you to pay for it. So this is just making you an example that really just looking at the money, it's not maybe the good driver, the first driver you have to look. Of course, it's not fair to work without getting paid. This is something which should not be even taught, so don't consider this option. But also in the list of your activities, I suggest you to not look at this as the main driver of everything you're gonna do. So this was just some of the statistics, not really relevant of what was bringing me this period there. And then now the change. So after a period then in Germany, I, of course, what could be called some of the escape of the brain drain, and so on. I was against this tendency, and I was only believing that the opportunity I have to have this beautiful experience abroad could just bring added value to my country. So I wanted to come back, and I had the opportunity to come back in completely different environment in the industry. So I was before in the Italian academy, so I know how it works, and I was not really employed 100% just with internship in Italy. So this was completely a different story. Therefore, I was really appreciating to have this opportunity. I was looking for it, and I was successful in getting it. And of course, I can tell you that there are different changes. So even going for the Marie Curie, which looked like simply the continuous of what was my path, this is still a change. If you see here, even moving abroad and living abroad is a change. And it's something that I invite you to consider as always as an option, an opportunity. And also coming back after many years, this was another big change for me, not only from academia to industry, but also came back in a different place, when I was used to different habits, to different interaction. So therefore, there are a lot of changes which are very important, and try to take the best from this. Of course, from the new experience that I had it now in the industry, I came back by, of course, considering a continuous growth of my professional, learning new skills. You see that came more and more the project management, because it's basically what I'm doing as a core activity. But also I cultivated the leadership, which was not anymore only the scientific one, but also to be able to handle a team, a very different team. Another really common driver was the interdisciplinarity, which I see is also part of your path as well. Try to cultivate it, because this is giving you a lot of possibility. And this is the company where I work now. DGS is the name, is a large company. Basically is, as you see here, you will see afterwards, an ICT company, and is a group of several companies. And what I like more, and is one of part of my actual role there, is to be part of still European and national research project. So even if it is not a research center, is a large company, it is highly involved in research project. This is strategic for the company because you can still be part of the innovation, and some of the people that has a background like mine are working in the R&D sector. Basically, most of the people in that competence center are holding a PhD. The majorans are biomedical engineering. This is by chance because, as you see here, since the technology, the IT technology is quite of course, horizontal competence, is not focused on the health sector. This was not, of course, done by purpose because many of the projects are on different other fields and not only. So we have several, of course, healthcare projects, but it's not the only field in which we are applied. And therefore, this could be, for sure, one of the possibilities that you have, because even people in company are supporting writing proposal, brokerage event, being presenting results of the project, writing deliverable. So something very similar and close on what you are used to see, but from another perspective. Because all of this value that you get from this R&D funded project, you have then to build some really added value that you're bringing to customers and to another part of the business of the company. So it's not just finishing in the research part, as you maybe can see in the academia going beyond. This is continue and produce added value for yourself and for the other customers and the one that you are dealing for other projects. But as also was mentioned in my first part of the presentation, one of basically AI is becoming more and more one of the core activity of the companies, and many of our innovation projects are basing on AI. And I'm also very happy that finally we got published just yesterday one of the application of these machine learning models to the fabrication method for producing scaffolds. So I started with the electrospinning, which was, of course, my technique in which I got most of the experience, and therefore this is something that in which I put together what you see, the competencies I built up through my path, and now I just put it together. So I'm just coming at the end, and I want just to tell you that your PhD is now a toolkit that is in your hands. You are reaching almost the end of your path, so almost your box should be quite full at the moment. So use it and be flexible. Try to see exactly what you have inside. Don't fear the change, and tell you change can be at different level. Change country, change type of job, or just change city, stay in Italy, but take everything as a new opportunity and something which can be valued for you and for your future career. Don't forget about networking and seek mentors, stay curious. As a networking in Italy is very important. I'm very happy that Professor Ippoliti mentioned about the Ordine. I'm also quite active for the Ordine of the Engineering in Rome. They organize in province, so they are not at regional level. Value also all of these opportunities. They are very good networking places, so be active in all of this opportunity that you have. And value every transition, because this is a very big added value and is always a growing path for you. So I like this stepping stone part, because this is what every experience is doing. So, and it's just up to you how you choose it, how you choose to decorate it and to work on it. So I wish you all the best. And I think during the lunchtime, I'm also available if you have any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Liverani, for your clear presentation. Now we have to move in a really fast way to the second session. The session is completely dedicated to our third-year PhD student. They try to present a research project in 10 minutes in a technological transfer kit. And now I'm going to invite to the floor the first speaker, is Casoli Giovanni.
Okay, good morning. Thank you for the introduction. The title of my PhD project is The Role of Myoinositol and Dichirinositol in PCOS and Endometriosis. I have structured my PhD talk in a quickly overview about biological functions of inositol in female reproductive system, and then I will focus on PCOS and endometriosis. Inositols are a family of 6-membered carboxylic polyalcohols, but in particular myoinositol and dichirinositol are the most important for their role in human physiology and in particular in the reproductive system. In fact, myoinositol supports cellular signaling, ovarian function, and together with dichirinositol is able to regulate glucose metabolism, restore ovulation, and improve oocyte quality. And these findings are very important because suggest that inositols could be very useful for the treatment of female disorders such as PCOS or endometriosis. PCOS, in fact, is an endocrine system characterized of women condition affecting women of reproductive age, and the diagnosis is characterized by the presence of at least 2 of these following features: oligonovulation, androgen excess, and polycystic ovarian morphology. And about the treatment, PCOS is considered a chronic condition that cannot be cured, but in this context, it's very important to underline the role of myoinositol. In fact, several studies have shown that myoinositol supplementation improves insulin sensitivity, reduces hyperandrogenism, and other important functions like improve cleavage rate and embryo development. But if we speak about myoinositol, it's very important to speak about the catabolism of myoinositol. In particular, it's important to speak about myoinositol oxygenase, which is the enzyme that converts myoinositol into glucuronic acid in renal proximal tubules, promoting obviously its renal excretion. And some evidence have shown that myoinositol oxygenase overexpression drives oxidative stress and accelerates kidney injury. So, considering that PCOS is a systemic disorder and myoinositol improves different symptoms typical of this female disorder, and also considering that myox may link PCOS, oxidative stress, and kidney injury, and however, the effect of myox drive and myo degradation on bioviability and renal dysfunction in PCOS is still unclear. So, considering these premises, we investigated the role of myox in myoinositol depletion in a PCOS mouse model, and then we tested whether 2 antioxidant compounds, S-adenosylmethionine and N-acetylcysteine, can modulate myox in renal tubular cells. First of all, a mouse model of PCOS was created by this administration of DIA, the precursor of testosterone, considering that a key features of PCOS is the androgen excess. So in this way, we obtained the 2 different mice groups, the control and the DIA group, which respectively received for 21 days sesame oil and DIA. Then kidneys were collected and morphometric evaluations and protein expression analysis were performed. For the in vitro model, human renal proximal tubule cells were treated with hydrogen peroxide and high glucose to mimic 2 important features of PCOS, and then the cells were treated with these 2 antioxidant compounds in the presence of damage. First of all, the results, in vivo results showed a significant increase in myox protein expression in the kidneys of the DIA group, and this result is very important because for the first time suggests an improvement in the myoinositol expression in PCOS. And about in vivo results also, histological evaluation of kidneys showed alterated renal structure, malformation of renal corpuscles, and also the presence of fibrosis in the DIA group. Presence of fibrosis also underlined by an higher expression of an important marker, collagen 1. And then the DIA group showed also increased cell proliferation and the presence of glycative damage. About the in vitro results, both antioxidant compounds that I tested were able to counteract the reduction of cell viability induced by oxidative stress and hyperglycemia in PCOS. And S-adenosylmethionine was also able to prevent the rise in cytoplasmatic ROS production and the upregulation of antioxidant enzymes such as catalase. And both antioxidant compounds were also able to prevent myoinositol oxygenase upregulation under oxidative stress and hyperglycemia, both in terms of gene and protein expression. expression. So about this first part, we can say that these findings are very important because demonstrate for the first time that PCOS is associated with increased minoxidil oxygenase expression, and then that these two antioxidant compounds modulating the expression of this K enzyme for minoxidil catabolism offer potential new therapeutic strategies to counteract minoxidil deficiency in PCOS patients. And mitochondrial activity antioxidant enzyme expression analysis, together with the analysis of miox expression following an in vitro exposure to DIA, will be performed. For the first part, I'll focus on endometriosis, which is a common disease affecting 5-10% of women of reproductive age, and is characterized by the presence of extrauterine endometrial tissue. And also for endometriosis, like PCOS, is a female disorder that cannot be cured. In fact, current therapy focus on reducing circulating estrogen levels, but in this context, the Dianogest is considered the gold standard because the Dianogest is able to induce a pseudopregnant state, reducing proliferation and also inducing apoptosis of endometrial cells. But it's very important to underline the role of the new therapies, in particular aromatase inhibitors, because the aromatase is the key enzyme for the conversion of androgens to estrogens, and this is a very important feature considering that endometriosis is an estrogen-dependent disease. And the inositol could be very useful in this context because the inositol is known to decrease the expression of aromatase, and also considering the sensitivity of endometriosis to estrogen, we evaluated whether the inositol could represent a potential treatment for endometriosis. First of all, we obtained an endometriosis mouse model. In particular, mice were divided into two different groups, donor and recipient mice. Donor mice from which uterus were isolated, and recipient mice in which endometrial fragments were transplanted. And after 2 days of endometrial fragments injections, mice were randomly divided into 4 different groups. Each group received a different treatment, diclorinositol, Dianogest, or a combination. And after 28 days, identification of lesions and other analysis were performed. In vivo results show that mice in the endometriosis control group, as we can see from the table, developed a significantly higher number of lesions compared to all treatment groups, and in particular, the inositol treatment was more effective than the combination in reducing lesion numbers. Then immunohistochemical and histological evaluation of lesions were performed. In particular, as we can see, endometriosis lesions show with the stromal tissue with uniform cells, and around 2/3 of lesions were have a diameter more than 2 millimeters. And the inositol or Dianogest reduced larger lesions. And then we evaluated the 2 important markers, respectively, of cell proliferation and vascularization, PCNA and CD34. And also in this case, the inositol was able to induce a reduction of these 2 important markers. About ovaries, we evaluated the serum estradiol levels and the gene expression of ovarian aromatase, while also for the lesions, we evaluated an important biological process for the development of endometriosis, epithelial mesenchymal transition. In particular, as we can see, the inositol was able to reduce serum estradiol levels, and also all treatment were able to induce a reduction in the gene expression of aromatase, while about epithelial mesenchymal transition, we decided to evaluate 2 important markers, SIRT1 and ecadherin, and the inositol was able also to induce a reduction in SIRT1 expression, and all treatments about ecadherin, the expression of this important marker was higher in all treated groups. And finally, we evaluated morphological features of the ovaries and ovarian reserve, and as we can see, we evaluated other important markers, for example, interleukin-1 beta for the inflammation, and the inositol also in this case was able to induce a reduction in the inflammation of the ovaries. And about ovarian reserve, endometriosis reduced primordial follicles, and only the inositol preserved them and an increase in primary antral follicles, and all treatments reduced atresia. So what we can say about this part is that the inositol is a safe natural treatment for endometriosis. endometriosis, reducing the number of lesions, the vascularization and estrogen levels, also suppressing epithelial mesenchymal transition and improving ovarian morphology and preserve ovarian reserve. And it's also important to underline that this endometriosis model is a reproducible, minimally invasive and suitable for testing endometriosis therapies. And about future perspectives, study long-term effects on fertility and ovarian function in endometriosis and also evaluating combination therapies may provide strategies to manage endometriosis-related ovarian dysfunction. These are my scientific contributions during my PhD, and thank you for the attention.
Thank you, Giovanni, for your presentation. And now we are going to the next speaker. I'm happy to present Carlo Di Carlo. Thank you, Giovanni. His presentation is Warm Peaks, Summer Heat Effects, and so Productivity and Reproduction.
Good morning, everyone. Okay, so I'm Carlo Di Carlo. I'm a PhD student for University of Teramo. I'm in the last year, and essentially I work in bioinformatics. And I work studying animal welfare in general for animals like mice, but also pigs. For this reason, today I want to talk to you about warm pigs, this project that I followed during my abroad period in Spain. It's about biostatistical analysis of how summer heat affects sows in terms of productivity and fertility. First of all, let's introduce the topic, the big data challenge. Essentially, we know that today science is producing data, and the problem of this data is they are too much, essentially. And for this reason, we need a solution to find a way to understand them, analyze them. And so the solutions are essentially these: storage, analytics and AI, governance, visualization, and edge computing. And I'm moving between analytics and visualization. And for this reason, in this project, I decided to develop an AI that can allow us to understand if there is an influence of climate change on our animal fertility, in livestock fertility. So the topic is about climate change. That is a topic that we know because it's really famous right now. And in Spain, we have seen that it's maybe the nation in which the topic is the strongest one, because it's becoming more and more desertic in the south, in particular in this area, in the red area where I worked. And we decided to develop this analysis because we are looking to a work that was done in the US, that is reported here, downside, where they analyzed how pigs in general, in particular sows, are starting to become less fertile in the years due to the increasing of temperature. And essentially, this is really really interesting topic, also because it has an economic phase. Essentially, in the US, it's estimated that $300 million are lost every year due to the climate change and how it affects livestock. So, when I was in Spain, I worked with two different farms, Fuente Álamo de Murcia, that starting from here, I'm going to talk about it as the warmer farm because it is located in a really warm area of the region of Murcia. And another one that is in the mountains, Sancia de Ramos, where the climate is tendentially cooler. So I collected all the data from technicians, essentially, that is about the life of these animals in the last 3 years. I organized them in 2 different databases. And through Python language, I developed a statistical learning system essentially in which we have the possibility to understand if our animals are effectively if our animals are affected by temperature and how they respond to the increasing temperature in the last years. And also, this is good for identifying if we are like best animals or worst animals in terms of productivity. And so all of them are better for an industrial topic. The results that we obtained are about the number of piglets born and normally weaned are significantly lower in the period of born between 15 October and 15 January. And we decided to consider this period because it's the period in which we have a delivery after an insemination that happened in summer. And this data was significantly for both farms, the cooler one and the warmer one. Essentially, also, these results were also compared to the number of sows that were inseminated because we decided to do more steps than other studies that were performed, for example, in the US, normalizing all this data for the number of sows. And essentially, we obtained these results, and here we performed a Menkendal test, that is a test that statistically is used to understand if we have a monotonic way of improving or decreasing trend. And also, these data were then correlated by a slope. And essentially what happened that in the cooler farm, we can see that the number of total piglets born and in a condition of life or death are essentially the same for the cooler farm in the last 3 years, while in the warmer farm, we can see that between 12 October and 12 January, so the period of a post-summer insemination, post-summer mating, they stay with no trend, so essentially the same, while in the rest of the year there is a significantly decreasing number of animals that are born. We are estimating about 0.8 piglets per sow in 3 years. So essentially these data are useful to understand that using whole data from farms, we can start using EI and other statistical approaches to understand how a lot of elements can affect their fertility, but in particular also productivity. We decided to define productivity as the period in which our sows were in a phase of lactation, or they were ready to deliver, or they are pregnant. And essentially what happened that the period of life expressed as a percentage of their life was significantly lower in the warmer farm, because they normally spend 40.5% of their life as a productive animal, while in the cooler one, they are going to spend more than 45% of their life. And in the green area, we can see the better animals. Better animals as 25% more productive animals. And essentially, this threshold was higher for the cooler farm, meaning that, again, temperature could be another factor that can affect animal productivity. And in particular, this data can show that many factors for sure can affect the productivity of animals and their also fertility, but temperature could be a strong one. So these are the publication, all the events I attended during my PhD, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Carlo, for keeping the time. We have just, we are a bit ahead of the schedule, but we're going to have a short question, probably for the audience. Okay, if there is none, I was just curious about also the statistical analysis, if you have done it by yourself and if you are planning to use those data for other application you speaks about the beginning about
Yeah.
big data and how to use it.
Well, for the statistical analysis, obviously I perform by myself. It's about creating a statistical system through statistical learning. Essentially, all the data that I've used that came from these two different databases were used as a training for an AI. In AI, when we work with AI, essentially we use all data to train our system, but this is not enough because obviously we have to test our data with new data. We have to test our AI with new data that came from essentially animals that are living right now. So the model that we decided to use here is a generally linear mixed model that is a system that allows us to understand if there are variations depending on many elements. In this case was essentially the period of the year and temperature, but we are improving the AI actually to understand also the kind of animal that we are looking for, because we generalize it as a commercial hybrid, but many times we are looking to different species of sows, pigs in general, and also the condition of animals, what they eat, and a lot of parameters. And a final aim should be consider all these elements to create an AI that can define the best and worst animals for a farm, but also for maybe also research interests, like identify better animals for possible technician arts like IVF for
Sure.
reproductive technologies.
Okay, Carlo, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Now it's time for the next speaker, and I'm glad to invite Ludovica Sulcanese. And she will present us her work about the generation of a knockout disease model for Friedreich's ataxia via CRISPR-Cas9 technology. Thank you, Ludovica. The stage is yours.
Thank you. Okay. Good morning. Today I will talk about our research that was carried out at the University of Padua for the generation of a knockout disease model for Friedreich's ataxia. Friedreich's ataxia is a rare autosomal recessive disorder that affects one individual out of 50,000 people in the world, and it is caused by an expansion of a GAA triplet repeat at the level of the FXN gene. The repeat expansion causes an epigenetic modification that generates heterochromatin structure, which impairs the mRNA transcription, and so then the production of the frataxin protein. Frataxin is a mitochondrial protein which is necessary for the assembling of the iron sulfur cluster, and when it's absent, iron accumulates outside of the mitochondria, impairing ATP production and causing an increase in the reductive oxygen species that eventually will lead to cell death. Since it is caused by the reduction in energy production, of course, Friedreich's ataxia affects mostly the high energy demanding organs, so mainly the nervous system is affected, where ataxia is the main symptom found in the patients, and also the heart and the pancreas are affected as comorbidities. And in the heart, we can detect in the patients a hypertrophic cardiomyopathy at the left ventricle, and in the pancreas, in the late stages of diseases, people develop diabetes. Unfortunately, nowadays, still aren't present any therapeutic solution for this kind of disease. So the aim of this study was to create a reliable vertebrate model, since still aren't present any kind of model for the study of this disease, and we used the zebrafish model to create a platform for the disease characterization and for the evaluation of novel therapeutic strategies. The first step was to design the single guide RNAs to target the exons of the FX gene of the zebrafish. We injected 3 different guides altogether into one cell stage embryos. Why all the guides together? Because we wanted to generate an early model of study, and we wanted to assess a really severe phenotype of the disease. After the injection, we evaluated the efficacy of our guides for all the 3 axons, and as you can see here, all the guides had almost 100% of efficacy. So having proved the efficacy of the guides, we went on to assess if there was any kind of morphological effect, an impairment on the injected larvae. The injected larvae indeed had a way higher percentage of disease-like morphology phenotype compared to the control, mostly for the mild and severe phenotype, where mild phenotype stands for the impairment in head and mouth development, and the severe phenotype stands for the presence of edema, yolk sac enlargement, and also skeletal development impair. We also evaluated some morphometric parameters at both 3 days post-fertilization and 5 days post-fertilization to assess the delay in brain and head development. And all the parameters that we've analyzed demonstrated there was actually a delay in development, and so an impair in development in the injected embryos. As was confirmed by the body length, there was shorter, and also the height diameter, there was shorter again compared to the control. Furtherly, we wanted to assess if there was any kind of scoliotic phenotype in the larvae. So we measured the end-to-trunk angle, and at both time points, as you can see, the angle was a more narrow degree, meaning that the larvae body was more curved. Lastly, we analyzed the yolk sac area to assess if there was a reabsorption of a normal, actually, reabsorption of the yolk sac that at 5 dpf should be completed, and also if there was any kind of problem with liquid retention. And as you can see here, the yolk sac area was wider in the injected embryos compared to the phenotypes, to the wild-type phenotypes at both time points. So, since the larvae had some morphological impairment, we went on to study which was the effects of the injection on the development of the main systems involved in the Friedreich's ataxia pathology. Firstly, we assessed via the transgenic reporter line, GFAP, GFP, the astroglial development. And at both 3 dpf and 5 dpf, the spinal cord, astroglia and the spinal cord was impaired, as was confirmed by the evaluation of fluorescence intensity that at 3 dpf was quite about a half than the control, and at 5 dpf remained steady, suggesting that there wasn't actually a differentiation of astroglia in our injected samples. These data were confirmed by the confocal microscopy analysis, where, as you can see here, there wasn't a good development of spinal cord, since there weren't many cells as in the control, and also there are many dark spots in it. Also, we went over to assess the neuron and so the brain development via the another transgenic line, this is the neuro-DGFP. Not only the head were smaller, but also the fluorescence was impaired, suggesting that actually neurons weren't differentiating, as confirmed again by the confocal microscopy assessment, where, as you can see, especially in 2 areas of the brain, which are the optic tectum and the cerebellum, the fluorescence was impaired and was really reduced, and also a lesser amount of cells is detectable, which is consistent with what happens in the disease, since these are the first areas affected in the patients. Lastly, we analyzed the effects on the myocardial development. And as you can see here, both at 3 dpf and 5 dpf, the chambers were not totally formed in the injected embryos / larvae, and also, most importantly, the contraction capability of the chambers was impaired with respect to the control. And at 5 dpf, mostly, as you can see in here in the last image, the contraction was almost absent. Indeed, from a morphological point of view. At the confocal microscopy analysis, we found that the ventricle was enlarged and has many dark spots, as what happens during hypertrophic cardiomyopathy. Having proved that there was a morphological impairment in these structures, we wanted to assess if there was any kind of behavioral impaired response. Indeed, we performed a light and dark trial test. So we exposed the larvae to a visual stimulus. And what we saw is that larvae injected moved lesser than the wild types. And mostly their response was impaired with the light stimulus, but also with the dark stimulus, confirming that they were less responsive to external stimuli. So not only this project has some significant outcomes, scientifically speaking, but also innovatively and technologically speaking, since this is the first knockout model to actually reliably represent the FXN phenotype in a vertebrate model, and also it is the first time that the functional and morphological impairment typical of the disease have been characterized in an early stage. This could be also the first step to move toward a useful platform for the preclinical assessment of drug screening in a vertebrate model. What should be protected is the strain deposit once a stable mutant line will be developed, and also this experimental workflow to assess the phenotypic impairment of Friedreich's ataxia. Also, this model is highly scalable since it's low cost and since a huge number of eggs can be produced at each breeding. And also, again, as I mentioned, it bridges this critical gap of not having any available vertebrate model for Friedreich's ataxia nowadays that is available for therapeutic testing in vivo. Yet, many challenges still need to be met. Since there is the need to establish a stable KO line and also to extend the analysis to later developmental stages to assess the progressive phenotype, since it is a long-term disease, so it develops during the ages, and also is necessary the molecular frame characterization and the mitochondrial dysfunction characterization. In the IP landscape, there is a limited prior art for this kind of model, so we can protect the strain deposit, and also we can do an application claim for the method of use. Nowadays, we have just performed the validation step for the early stages, and next we will perform, of course, the molecular mitochondrial assays for the frataxin level assessment, the ROS level, the iron accumulation, and ATP level assessment. So we can claim that we are at TRL level 3, so the experimental proof of concept, but with this upcoming molecular validation, we will reach the TRL 4. So to conclude, this zebrafish model is a reliable model to recapitulate the disease aspects at early stages, mostly for the morphological and functional point of view, since it has been proved to be consistent with what happens in this multisystemic disease. So thank you for the attention, and I'd like to thank the Professor Tiso and Argento Lab at Padua. Thank you.
Thank you, Ludovica. There is any comments or questions from the audience for Ludovica and her work? So in the while, I want to take the chance to thanks to all of you, because it's not easy to have to recapitulate all of your experiments and results in 10 minutes. So
thank you.
Therefore, we appreciate a lot your effort. So I see that no one is asking. Ludovica, thank you also for pointing out about the technological transfer perspective and even where you are. Are you already in contact with your office and you are proceeding already to evaluate the protection of these IPRs?
We are trying to, but as I mentioned, we need to develop the stable line, and to do so, we need to have the approval of the ministry, because of course it will be made on adults. As you have seen from the main presentation, we arrived at 5 DPF point of development, because it's the last point of age where they can be used without any kind of approval. And to go further, we need it, but we are moving to it. We already have the project submitted.
Very good. We already heard from Professor Daddario that it's a quite long way, so it's important to start it. Thanks a lot. then,
Thanks to you.
Ludwika. Now the next speaker is connecting remotely online, and we have Giorgia Lombardozzi, and her presentation is about organoid technology, a new way to model ischemic stroke. Hi, Giorgia. The stage is yours.
Hi. Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, we can even see you, but yet we don't see your share screen with the presentation, okay?
Okay.
Yes, now we can see. Probably we have the wrong visualization. We have the one for the speaker. You should just
sorry.
switch the monitor.
No, not with. Okay, now maybe.
Yes, perfect.
Okay.
Thank you, Giorgia.
Okay. Good morning to everyone. Today I would like to present you the project of my PhD program that is the develop of innovative technology represented by organoid, that new way to model ischemic stroke. An introduction of stroke that it is the most common and acute manifestation of cerebrovascular disease characterized by the occlusion of blood vessels. It is the leading cause of death and the most common cause of disability worldwide. Currently, treatment options are limited and fail to reverse or limit the brain damage. For this reason, the goal of our project is to develop a new model that's represented by cerebral organoids that are two-dimensional in vitro model with cellular composition, structure, and neuronal organization that is representative of the mature human brain. This model has advantages between traditional culture, bidimensional culture, and animal model. And organoid protocol formation derived from and guided organoid derived from iPSC stem cells based on the protocol published by Lancaster. There are four stages: the formation of embryo body at day 0, the induction phase at day 5, and the expansion phase at day 7, where embryo body were embedding in matrigel, and the maturation phase at 10 days, where the organoids are cultured on orbital shaper until the level of maturation is achieved. So for this reason, we characterize the model with different techniques. Just I show you the main important results through digital PCR, through immunofluorescence, but also through Western blotting and electrophysiology to better understand which is the better time that mimics the mature brain organoids. The novelty of our technology levels lies in several aspects that are represented by three-dimensional brain-like architecture that reproduce a human brain microenvironment. They also has a high translational value and controlled ischemia induction for a scalable and reproducible model, and has ethical and cost advantages because reduce the use of animal model and more sustainable approach. So we defined the model of ischemic reperfusion with oxygen and glucose deprivation at different times, followed by reperfusion period. As shown in the graph, short period until 2 hours did not induce an alteration in viability, while deprivation at 4 and 5 hours induced a significant reduction in viability measured by ATP level. Then we carried out the experiment at 5 hours of OGD followed by 24 hours of reperfusion. And as we can see in the graph, there is a significant reduction in viability in OGD group and a significant increase in cytotoxicity released by LDH enzyme. We also the measurement of organoids, and we can see that organoid sites before and after OGD, the organoid sites increase following ADMAGE, that confirm ADMAGE after deprivation of oxygen and glucose. The goal of our project is to test different drugs on this model. In particular, our attention is on brain-derived neurotrophic factor, that is one of the most abundant growth factors in the brain. It promotes neuronal survival, neuroplasticity, and synaptogenesis. So we test the efficacy of this neurotrophic factor on measured organoids submitted to 4 hours of OGD, and we treated it with 2 different concentrations of BDNF, 10 and 100 nanomolar for 24 hours, and as shown in the graph, deprivation of glucose and oxygen induce a reduction in viability, while the BDNF at the highest concentration, 100 nanomolar, induce a reduction in OGD damage. Our technology opens several opportunities for IP protection, novel model integrated three-dimensional organoid, but also standardization and reproducibility of protocols and application of this platform for drug testing. From the perspective of technology maturity, our project currently tier 2 and 3 at the proof of concept in the lab, but the next step is the validation in relevant clinical settings to attend the tier health 4 and 5. The current challenges of our model is represented by a major limit that characterize this model, that is the lack of microenvironment such as vascular circulation. We know that vascularization is more important for nutrient, oxygen, waste exchange, and also transmission into the brain. So the lack of vascularization causes limited diffusion of oxygen and nutrient, leading to necrotic core and incomplete neuronal maturation. For this reason, the next step of my project is to develop vascularized organoids by introduce co-culturing with human umbilical vein endothelial cells, UVECs, to generate vascularized cellular organoids with 2 different strategies, to adding iPSCs and UVEC, and to produce, to develop vascularized organoid, or add endothelial cells into the brain organoid already developed, currently between 30 and 50 days. And this project is here in Budapest, where I carried out to develop this vascularized organoid in my period abroad. To conclude, our project, the goal of our project is the innovation, because it's first scalable and reproducible in vitro stroke model. Its impact is significant because allow to important platform for drug screening and precision medicine, and also reduce the use of animal model. The next step is to vascularize cellular organoids with endothelial cells, and in the future our vision is to strongly a lab proof of concept to transfer the platform for pharma and clinics. I would like to sincerely thank you, my supervisor, Professor Anna Maria Cimini and Professor Michele D'Angelo, and all my team lab, and thank you all for your attention.
Thank you, Giorgia. There was a clapping hand here. I hope you could hear it because they were not on the microphone, but you get an applause from the audience. And also for your case, we have also the microphone. Thank you for supporting any question or comments you can have for Giorgia from the audience. Yes, please.
Hi, Giorgia. Nice presentation and good, very nice results. The question is whether other organoids, as far as you know, been proposed for possible disease models in terms of patenting issues.
Oh yes, thank you for the question. It's a good question, and yes, the hope is to develop this model as a good model to modeling disease. In my case, is to study the ischemic stroke and in particular the pathophysiological mechanism, and to use this model as a good platform, a new platform for test the efficacy of many drugs.
Thank you, Giorgia. Okay. So, thank you, and now we will go to the next speaker, which is from here, from the audience, is Silvana Zuccaro. And she will present her work on TOBC, boost healing by tuning inflammation. Thank you, Silvana.
Hi everyone. I will present to you our work about the effect of TOBC on the effect of TOBC on tissue regeneration. Wound healing is a complex and dynamic process that relies on multiple cellular and molecular events working together to restore tissue integrity. This process is organized into three overlapping phases: inflammation, proliferation, and remodeling. To better understand how these phases are coordinated is crucial the role of immune system. The primary aim of our study was to explore the potential of TOBC to modulate the inflammation and promote regeneration. For this purpose, we use an in vivo model, the zebrafish caudal-fin resection. The zebrafish is an excellent model to investigate the interplay between inflammation and regeneration. Thanks to its remarkable regenerative capacity, it is able to fully restore complex structures and at the same time allow us to observe immunocells behavior. In this work, we, in particular, the caudal fin amputation model is simple and powerful to monitoring the cellular dynamic and the effect of drug compounds on the regenerative process. In this work, we tested TOBC, a food supplement derived from tomato and olive, rich in bioactive molecules such as lycopenes, hydroxytyrsols, quercetins, known for their antioxidant property and for the ability to modulate inflammatory response. In zebrafish, it is well known that immediately after an injury, neutrophils are the first immunocells recruited into the injured sites. They remove debris, prevent infection, and release IL-1 beta, activating the regenerative process. In parallel, IRF8 is activated, promoting macrophages differentiation. After that, macrophages release TNF-alpha, supporting the transition from inflammation to proliferation. Finally, TGF-beta1 orchestrate tissue remodeling and regeneration. At 72 HPF, the zebrafish larvae were anesthetized, the caudal fin was amputated, and they were treated with the 2 concentration of TOBC, 1 and 2 milligram per liter. We use the transgenic line, where neutrophils are marked in green, and monitor their dynamic by using a microscopy, time-lapse microscopy. How we can see from the video, at 6 hours after amputation, 1 milligram per liter of TOBC significantly enhance neutrophil recruitment to the injured sites. This data was confirmed also by fluorescence quantification and the neutrophils count, indicating an increase of inflammatory activation. In contrast, 2 milligram per liter of TOBC didn't show the same effect, suggesting a dependent dose response. From the analysis of gene and protein, at 6 hours after amputation, 1 milligram per liter of TOBC significantly upregulated IL-1 beta and IRF8, while reducing TNF-alpha. Western blot confirmed that IL-1 beta was rapidly activated, detectable already at 2 hours after amputation, and this suggesting that TOBC act by triggering early inflammatory signal, essential to initiate the regeneration program. At 24 hours after amputation, the neutrophils number was significantly returned to baseline, but TOBC treatment induced a clear molecular shift. In fact, from the gene expression, we observed that TNF-alpha was upregulated. In parallel, we also observe enhanced macrophages infiltration, confirmed by immunofluorescence, together with an increased level protein of ACT TNF-alpha. This data suggests that TOBC sustain a controlled inflammatory environment, promoting the transition from inflammation to proliferation. At 48 hours after amputation, TOBC-treated larvae show a clear enhancement of caudal fin tail regeneration compared to control. This was supported also by IDO incorporation by elevated PCN level, confirming enhanced cell proliferation. In addition, Western blot increase TGF-beta1, an important cytokine that remodeling that is involved in remodeling resolution of inflammation. So we can say that TOBC promotes cell proliferation and create a regenerative environment that supports tissue repair. To test if TOBC effect was mediated by IL-1 beta, we perform a co-treatment experiment using IVAD, a selective inhibitors of the caspase 1. How we can see IVAD reduce significantly the number of the neutrophils to the injury site. TOBC strongly increase neutrophils recruitment, while in co-treatment the neutrophil level was comparable to the control. This result suggests that this result demonstrated that the regenerative action of TOBC relies on IL-1 beta mediated signaling. In conclusion, our results show that TUBC creates a favorable environment for tissue repair by activating IL-1 beta-driven early inflammation, supporting the transition from inflammation to proliferation, and ultimately enhancing regeneration both in vivo and in vitro. TUBC is already patent as nutraceuticals, but our work highlights a new application. Its use as a promoter of tissue regeneration and And what can be protected is not the compound itself, but this new therapeutic application, for example, in chronic wounds. Since TUBC is already safe and accessible as a supplement, the innovation lies in transferring it from nutraceutical field to regeneration setting. The add values can be is that it is a natural, safe and accessible product with a potential impact on regenerative medicines. The main challenges are validating the result in mammalian models and defining the most effective formulation. This stage, the project is between TRL 3 or 4, with the proof of concept already demonstrated both in vivo and in vitro. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Silvana. There is any comment or question for Silvana? Thank you for your presentation. I think my voice was covered by the applause, and I will still wait here. I have just one comments for you. And have you value or think even when you are now already designed the path for protecting the IP, going more in detail about the possible application, because modulating the inflammation is very crucial for several pathologies. So not just in general inflammatory diseases, but the inflammation is of course one of the stages in many points. Okay, the wound healing is of course one of the most easy example, because there is a lot of literature, a lot of studies.
We can try to formulate a good, for example, we can use a topic, like example, a cream or a hydrogel to put directly in the area, interesting area.
Yes, so could have also something more direct as a product, as application, but also in knowing and adding knowledge, for example, autoimmune disease or some other family of diseases in which the inflammation probably plays an important role and is not yet discovered. So try to keep in mind that the field of application could be even widening.
Yeah.
In this.
Maybe, yes, we need to test in the mammalia animals to do.
Thanks a lot, Silvana. Okay, so now is the time for another presentation remotely, so not from our audience. And the speaker is Alessia Paradiso. Hello, Alessia.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Good morning. Alessia will present for us a presentation about her work on improvement of mouse spermatozoa, freezing at 80 degrees with ascorbic acid 2 glucoside at towing phase.
Do you see the presentation?
We see your screen and also the presentation mode. It seems to be not really the presenting mode, but I think we can read it. So
yeah,
it should be okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Alessia Paradiso, and I'm a PhD student in cellular and molecular biotechnologies at the University of Teramo. Today, I will present my research of the use of ascorbic acid 2 glucoside for sperm cryopreservation at -18 degrees. focusing on key findings, IP intellectual property potential, and the next step. So cryopreservation of mouse sperm is a very important technique in reproductive biology. It allows us to store genetic material for a long time and use it for research or breeding. However, the freezing and thawing process can damage sperm cells. So to improve the survival, we tested the use of antioxidant during thawing and capacitation phases. So we collect sperm samples and use the CPM method, which include the CPA and MTG. Then the sperm were placed into straws and frozen directly at -18 degrees. Then during the thawing, we used MBCD and compare MBCD alone with MBCD plus ascorbic acid 2-glucoside, a stable derivative of vitamin C. We performed 2 types of analysis: qualitative analysis to look at sperm morphology and general quality, and functional analysis to test motility and other key sperm function. When looking at sperm motility and velocity parameters, no significant differences we observed between the group and the control group although there was a general downward trend in motility over time. Important is that the supplementation with ascorbic acid led to a marked improvement in sperm motility, in sperm vitality, and in vitro fertilization outcomes. And this effect was particularly evident in BCN strain, but it was also present in BCJ. Important is also that ascorbic acid did not interfere with the acrosome reaction or with embryo development up to the blastocyst development stage. So a particularly interesting aspect of this research is targeted use of ascorbic acid during the thawing and the capacitation phases, rather than only in the freezing medium. This approach appears to enhance both sperm vitality and fertility following storage at -18 degrees. And another significant point is the focus on the freeze at -18 degrees, which relies on ultra-freezing storage instead of liquid nitrogen. And the fact that the study provides functional IVF data across 2 mouse strains, BCN and BCJ, for 12 months of storage. Finally, the work includes a comparative strain-dependent analysis, highlighting reduced performance in BCJ. And this observation may offer valuable insight for adapting cryopreservation protocols to the genetic background of different strains. So taken together, these 3 elements, antioxidant timing, the -18 degrees storage, and the strain-specific adaptation, constitute the main technical and practical innovation of the study. One possible point for the intellectual properties protection is the method patent, describing as a specific thawing and capacitation protocol that include the use of ascorbic acid at a defined concentration for a precise time and under controlled condition in order to enhance sperm vitality and IVF outcomes after, obviously, -18 degrees storage. Another option will be to protect the composition or kit itself, for example, a ready-to-use thawing solution medium supplemented with ascorbic acid, and any necessary excipient or activation steps that could be marketed as a kit for biobanks and laboratories. The patent could also include operational parameters such as optimal dosage, incubation times, or thawing temperature, and detailed procedural instruction. In addition, the validation data, including IVF success rate, sperm vitality, and stability studies, represent the valuable know-how. Finally, the elements of the process that are not patented, such as a fully optimized protocols, precise condition, or processes, could be retained as a trade secrets to maintain a competitive advantage. This study provides a clear proof of concept supported by functional validation through IVF assays conducted over a period of 12 months in 2 different strains. Based on these results, the current maturity of this approach can be placed between TRL 4 and 5. At the TRL 4, key components have been tested and demonstrated under controlled laboratory condition. And moving towards level 5,
I think that Alessia is not connected. We have some problem, but we still see her screen. Alessia, can you hear us? Alessia, sorry, we lost you for... Can you hear us now?
Adds a step to the thawing process, and it does not require specialized or expensive equipment. This means it could be readily implemented in biobanks or IVF laboratories and sperm or embryo repositories with minimal interference. And from economical standpoint, the method is also attractive by avoiding the use of liquid nitrogen, and it reduces both infrastructure and logistic cost. So this could enable faster adoption, particularly in facilities with limited budgets or where liquid nitrogen storage is challenging to maintain.
Alessia, sorry, we cannot see anymore your screen because there were, I think, some connection problem that we lost you for some second, but now we don't see the screen anymore.
Okay, I can try again to...
But we have still follow your speech because it was on the slide that we already have seen. So don't worry that we were following your talk. So it was clear what you were commenting. But then now if I imagine you were switching the slide and we could not see it.
Okay, I try now again. Okay.
Yes, now we can
Do you
see it. Yes.
Okay. Okay, here. Perfect.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. One of the main challenges highlighted by the studies is the strain-dependent variability observed between BCN and BCJ. And these differences indicates that the protocol may need to optimize for mouse strain or genotypes before it can be generally adopted. And another important consideration is the long-term validation. While the current data cover up to 12 months of storage, but many biobanks require stability and fertility data extending of over several years, 5 and more, to ensure consistency. There are also regulatory and biosafety aspects to address. Clinical application in human would require formal approvals, but even for in murine models. An additional bottleneck is the need for a freedom to operate analysis, because there are numerous existing patents related to cryoprotectant formulation, cholesterol cyclodystrin complexes, and the use of antioxidant in cryopreservation. So to avoid any violation, it's important to assess the intellectual property landscape. And finally, the production of quality of ascorbic acid must be secured, so the consistency GMP grade supply will be needed to ensure reproducibility and commercial viability. Okay, I conduct a quick search on Google Patent and in the scientific literature to find the existing patents, and several patents exist that focus on enhanced sperm cryopreservation composition, including those containing antioxidant or various cryoprotectant. These patents generally cover a broad compositional approach, which means that overly generic claims might face challenges or be restricted. Patents specifically addressing ascorbic acid stabilization or use appears in other fields such as cosmetics, but are not necessarily linked to its use during the towing phase or for sperm. And also the important thing is that no one patents exist related to the freezing at -18 degrees connected to the ascorbic acid to glucoside. The market, this approach has the potential to generate significant added value for the research and the biomedical community by providing an alternative to liquid nitrogen for storage of mouse line, because it could reduce cost and improve access.
She looks frozen yet. I think she was just frozen, and let's wait if she's able to reconnect. Alessia, sorry, we lost you again. No, still, we see you still frozen. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay, we lost you, I think, just at the end. If you want to make just a few closing words, because I think we lost them.
Okay. So the next steps, I hope, is to validate this approach for other strain or species and extend the follow-up to over years 5 and over. Optimize the ascorbic acid concentration and timing, file the strategic patent application, and working about the mechanistic studies and stability data generation to conclude my research. And this is the summarized of this work. Thank you for attention, and sorry for the problems of connection.
No problem. So let's see if from the audience there is any comments. Yes, please, Valentina.
Thank you, Alessia, for your presentation. I don't know if you can see me. Actually, you had a co-founded project with Techniplas, which is a company. And so I would like to ask if you had some advantage in having this opportunity, and mostly if this product can be released in the market soon, and how much it will cost to go to the market.
This particular aspect, I don't know precisely, but I'm working with Techniplas for a prototype of a -18 freezer specific for the sperm freezing, quindi, with the globettes and all necessary for the sperm freezing. But now we are working with it in Rome, and I don't have other results for now.
Thank you, Alessia. I would make just a comment, because I don't know if you are aware, I can comment on the more and more in the research lab, university lab, and I'm not aware about a biobank, how it works, but there are some certification, because there is a lot of attention right now to check in the weight and the impact on the environmental that our research activity can have. And we know that the -80 storage is one of the mainly point that, of course, is needed, cannot be avoided, but has a huge impact. Have you evaluated if the introduction of this benefit that the AA2 that you are introducing could also reduce, at least, and make more sustainable the process itself? You mentioned about, for example, transportation or the achievement of the... So I would invite, if you have not yet done, to also estimate some changes in the CO2 footprint that you can have as a benefit, because this could have also some impact in then the final application or the IPR protection.
I cannot hear you.
You cannot hear us? Okay, that was just a comment. Maybe we can discuss it afterwards. But was just an invite to evaluate the sustainability, the impact on the sustainability of the lab about the introduction of the novelty, about the use of the AA2. Okay, thank you, Alessia, and we are gonna continue and then invite the next speaker, Giussi Sabatini. And she's in presence here, and she will present us her work about the crosstalk between endocannabinoids and good microbiota in neurodevelopmental disorders. Thank you, Giussi. The stage is yours.
Thank you. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Today I will talk about the main results that we obtain, focusing also on crosstalk between endocannabinoids and gut microbiota in neurodevelopmental disorder. I will start describing briefly autism spectrum disorder, and then I will explore the potential microbiota-based and pharmacological intervention in ASD, and I will show you 3 different ASD models before going on to the technology transfer, limits, and conclusions. Let's talk briefly about autism spectrum disorder, which is a heterogenic and multifactorial neurodevelopmental disorder characterized by both genetic factors and environmental factors. ASD patients have several symptoms that doesn't include just the nervous system, but also the gastrointestinal system. And the ASD incidence is rising worldwide. We have 1 child on 100 children that has ASD between the age of 3 and 4 years old. In Italy, we have 1 on 77 with a ratio of 3.4 to 1 male to females. When we think about ASD intervention, we are used to think to pharmacological interventions, but today I will explain you a microbiota-based interventions using Lactoplantibacillus plantarum, which is a gram-positive microaerophile facultative heterofermentative microorganism isolated from fermented food. On the other hand, I will show you a pharmacological intervention with fenofibrate, which is a fibrate PPAR or alpha receptor agonist that has an impact on the lipid profile. These are the three main models that we used. The first one is a genetic model for neuroligin 3, a knock-in mice. Neuroligin 3 is a protein involved in the maintenance of the between the presynaptic and postsynaptic neurons. And these mice were fed with a mixture of 2 strains of LPB plantarum for 5 weeks after weaning. And then we performed behavioral tests, biochemical analysis in different tissues, and fecal microbiota analysis. Today, for the time that we have, I'm talking just about the biochemical analysis on the intestine. And here I'm showing you the ileum results about the relative expression of 3 of the main gene encoding for proteins of tight junctions, claudin 1, 3, and zonulin 1. Here we can see how the treatment can restore the integrity of the intestinal barrier. In second samples, we have a different trend, probably due a different expression of these genes along the intestine. Here we have the results about the colon samples, and here we have the same trend of the first tissue, and also here Lactobacillus plantarum could restore the intestinal integrity. To confirm this data, we performed an ELISA to measure protein levels in ileum, cecum, and colon. We focused on zonulin 1, and this data confirmed that the treatment can make a stronger intestinal barrier. The second model that we use is an environmental model about the immune activation. This model combines 3 kinds of immune activation: the maternal immune activation, the postnatal immune activation, and the early immune activation. To build these models, we started from gestional day 12, where the mothers of these pups were injected with poly-IC. And with pups with saline, we have the maternal immune activation. If the pups were injected with LPS, but the mothers were injected with saline, we have the postnatal immune activation. And both the injection, poly-IC, and LPS, so a double hit, we have the development of the early life immune activation. After gestional day 12, these mothers were fed with a mixture of the 2 strains of LPB plantarum until the postnatal day 21 of their pups. So these pups were receiving LPB plantarum through breastfeeding. Then we performed behavioral tests, biochemical analysis, fecal microbiota analysis on mouse and humans, and then the inflammatory profile, measuring the expression of pro-inflammatory and anti-inflammatory cytokines. These are the main results of the intestinal permeability, measuring the gene expression of claudin 1, zonulin 1, claudin 3, and occludin. And here we can see how the treatment with LPB plantarum can increase the expression of these main genes. To confirm this data, we performed the ELISA on zonulin 1 concentration, and also here we have the same results, or a similar pattern that we can find with the gene expression. Then we performed the intestinal permeability Fitch-Dex strain, and here we can see how in the MIA model, the treatment can decrease the intestinal permeability. In 2 of these models, we focused our analysis on the endocannabinoid system, which is involved in ASD. Specifically, literature says that we have a modulation of the main receptors, CB1, CB2, but also of the main endocannabinoids that we have, for example, anandamide. For the genetic model, we performed a real-time PCR of CNR1 and CNR2 that are the gene encoding for the receptors, but we cannot see modulation from the microorganisms on this system. We performed the same analysis on different regions of brain and also to plasma, but we have always the same results, so not a strong modulation. Then the last model, it's an environmental model in rats, the valproic acid. Also here, the model was built from gestional day 12.5, and then for 4 weeks, these pups were fed also with fenofibrate. And we performed behavioral tests and then the measure of levels of anandamide in nucleus accumbens, medial prefrontal cortex, and plasma. Here we can see how fenofibrate can modulate the endocannabinoid system, modulating the levels of anandamide. All these results taken together has a strong impact on the technology transfer. They have the high potential interest for biotech companies and startups in the probiotic sector. We know there is a strong interest to develop new ASD interventions, also using the food, enriched food, and to reduce ASD symptom severity, improve child development, and low welfare cost. In conclusion, even if some studies did not include sex-specific analysis and early treatment were included only in some of these models, and the murine ASD cannot describe fully the complexity of a human pathology as ASD, the results shows how LPB plantarum improves impaired social behaviors and restores intestinal permeability in both the genetic model and the immune-activated model. And we can see also how the endocannabinoid system is involved somehow within the ASD, but we also can see how the fenofibrate can modulate it, but Lactobacillus plantarum cannot. The results taken together provide a basis for the development of innovative alternative therapies for ASD. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Giusy, for presenting and keeping the time. We have time for one short question or comment for Giusy from the audience. Yes. Oh, okay.
Yes, just one question, very quick. Did you manage the combined treatment with the two substances, the fenofibrate and the Lactobacillus plantarum?
No, we didn't, because there were two different projects. So it was two collaboration. The fenofibrate collaboration is with the University of Siena, so they were interested on understand how fenofibrate could impact on the endocannabinoid system, because they were in the first steps developing the use of fenofibrate in ASD. So we used just the fenofibrate, but maybe it could be an idea to try to mix them together, even if it's mixing both the pharmacological and the microorganisms. So it's
maybe potentially increasing the effect of the single treatment, possibly.
Yes, maybe yes. It depends, because sometimes mixing substances we don't have the same effect using just one. So yes, it needs to be tested together, and if their combination can do like an upgrade in the effects that we have.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I think there was also, a question from Professor Barboni. Or comment.
Sorry, I didn't understand the question.
The question is, which is the role of endocannabinoid system, if you know that, inside the function, the logical function of the different intestinal tract.
So the endocannabinoid system is involved, the levels of anandamide and 2-arachidonyl glycerol, for example, can change can modulate not only the brain the brain and the nervous system, but also has an impact on the gut. We saw how demodulation is related to differences also between the microorganisms that are present in our intestine. So somehow they can modulate also the composition of the microbiota, but also the release of these substances can have an impact on the behavioral, but you asked just for the intestinal part, so, but they are also involved in the changing between the behaviors that are characteristic for ASD.
So thanks a lot once again to Giusy. And let's go now to the next speaker. It's time for Giulia Mariani to present her work, which is about, the title is An Ocean of Data, eDNA meta-barcoding provides useful data on aquatic species and meta-community. Please, Giulia, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Hello everyone, my name is Giulia. I'm a PhD based in the Istituto Zooprofilattico Sperimentale in Teramo. And this project has been focusing over the last 3 years on environmental DNA analysis in marine ecosystems, which is an innovative and cost-effective tool in order to gather an ocean of data useful for biodiversity monitoring. But first, I would like to give you a brief overview of the project and the steps we have done so far. And then I will focus on the environmental DNA sampling campaign we conducted in Ireland, and of course the meta-barcoding analysis and results, and finally we will talk about the technological transfer into the fishery and aquaculture sector. But first of all, what is environmental DNA, marine environmental DNA? So let's imagine I have the ocean in this bottle. If we filter the water in this bottle and we extract the total DNA on the filter, we are going to get the eDNA, the DNA of the water of the ocean inside this bottle. And I like to imagine this extract as a capsule of biodiversity, because in this Eppendorf we have a lot of information about different organisms like fish, algae, plants, bacteria, and viruses, and so on. So the first step in this project was to test environmental DNA protocols using mock communities, so artificial communities made of fish, in order to adjust the parameters for the analysis. And then we applied those protocols in a real but still semi-controlled environment, like a salmon fish farm, in order to investigate the factors influencing the eDNA detectability. And finally, we applied those improved protocols into a real environment in the southern coast of Ireland, which is a potential marine protected area because there is a local population of bottlenose dolphin. So I'm going to focus on this last point. So in collaboration with the Irish Whale and Dolphin Group and the Marine Institute of Ireland, we jumped on board the research vessel Celtic Mist in order to take samples of water during a bottlenose dolphin monitoring leg. Along with 5 liters of water, we also applied a passive method for sampling, which was first developed by Maiello and colleagues from University of Liverpool in 2023, but we applied some changes in order to make it less expensive and more easy to use. Then we applied a meta-barcoding analysis, amplifying the 12S gene, mitochondrial 12S gene, of fish and marine mammals in order to investigate the probability of detect bottlenose dolphins, but also other species co-present. So in details, after the sampling, we extracted the total DNA using 2 different commercial kits, blood and tissue and power water by Qiagen. We amplified the 12S gene using 3 different universal primers, targeting fish and marine mammals. Then we built our libraries. We sequenced them using Illumina technology, the Next 2000. And finally, we performed a bioinformatic analysis using vSearch in command line. Surprisingly, we couldn't amplify any extract from the power water, so meaning that this commercial kit is not efficient enough for this kind of samples. So the Teleo2 primer, which was designed for amplifying the 12S gene of fish, was also able to amplify the bottlenose dolphin DNA, confirming the 12 sites where we spotted the dolphins. My fish, which was the original primer where the Teleo2 was developed from, failed the amplification, showed a very low performance, and even the newly developed primer, Mavre1, targeting the 12S gene of marine mammals, failed most of the amplification of the bottlenose dolphin. Another interesting point we can see from the table, the number you see is the relative read abundance, so the sequences assigned to the bottlenose dolphin species. So if we see in the Teleo2 column, filter and roll gauzes, so the active and passive sampling show a very similar performance. So passive sampling is a really good sampling method for environmental DNA. Another remarkable result is the amplification even of the basking shark in one site in one passive sample. So this highlights the efficiency of the passive method, but also the sensitivity of the Teleo2 primer, able to identify, to amplify the DNA in limited condition because only 3 individuals were present. So thanks to the use of universal primers, we were also able to collect information on other species of fish and dolphins. So all those species of fish we found while dolphin was spotted were also present in one precious sample with feces of dolphins. So meaning that those species of fish were the ones the dolphins were feeding on while it was spotted. So these are the first data available for the southwest coast of Ireland. So to conclude this first part, the universality of Teleo2 allows us to collect information of marine mammals, but also fish. And so that's why one primer set to rule them all. And it's important because it allows us to do meta-community analysis and, for example, study the dynamics between prey and predators. We also showed that Teleo2 is very sensitive because it was also able to amplify limited DNA in the water from 3 individuals of basking sharks. However, we found some difficulties in discriminating bottlenose dolphin and common dolphin, probably due to the similarity of the sequence. In fact, we observed a 98.5% of similarity. And of course, the efficiency of this passive method, which is very easy to use, also from non-expert people. And let's go to the technological transfer. If we apply this method of environmental DNA analysis to the fishery and aquaculture sectors, we could monitor changes of biodiversity very easily and investigate the migratory patterns of the fish stock, and also investigate the presence of pathogens important for human and fish health, and also detect species of economic interest and also invasive species, which is an hot topic right now. And this is helpful in the long term in order to maximize and focus the fishing efforts and also making operation more cost-effective and sustainable. So in collaboration with the researchers, fishermen could apply that passive sample in the fishing net, and this is very easy to do, and they could also store the samples in a refrigerated box before handing them to the researchers for the analysis. And this is very, very important because we could obtain information of fishes, but also important parameters like location, the temperature, the currents, and the depth of the fishing operations. But we could also apply this method into the aquaculture sector, for example, for a daily monitoring of pathogens, and we could use it as an early warning pathogen system. So to conclude, environmental DNA is an innovative application. It could be innovative application in the fishery and aquaculture sector. And also the cooperation between research and the fishermen and the fishery industry could be very useful, because on one hand, the researcher could enlarge the sampling capacity and also obtain serial data over season, over the years of the same locations. And on the other hand, the company could maximize and focus the fishing efforts, saving money, which is quite important for a private company, and also use this application as an easy monitoring for the fish health. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Giulia. Thank you, Giulia, for your presentation. Now there is time for, yes, please. Oh, we have two. Yes, please. Yes, to Professor Russo first.
Thank you, Giulia. It was a really bursting presentation, in my opinion, really interesting. And I would like to know, how did you do the sampling for the meta probe on the passive fishing? Can you comment on that?
So thank you for the point, because I haven't specified it during the presentation due to the time constraint. So we use a spherical support which is perforated, and inside we have roll gauzes, cotton and serialized roll gauzes. So by keeping that probe in the water for 20 minutes, we were able then to store the roll gauzes in ethanol and then extract the DNA using a commercial kit. Thank you.
I think there is another, yes, please.
Hi, it's a very fascinating work. I have a question on the last part, because if I understood correctly, maybe I'm wrong, but the universal primer that you use for the amplification are designed on fish and mammal DNA.
So the TeleO2 is designed for a fish, but since they are universal, so they're built on a very conservative sequence, they can also amplify. We observe they can also amplify very well marine mammals.
Okay, but then you say that you can use it to detect pathogens, and so have you proven that it's or you need other primers for microbial, because then the biodiversity is enormous, so how do you...
Yeah, thank you for the point. Of course, we will use other primers, but I can also say that using TeleO2, I could also have some information about some bacteria present and also some marine birds, for example. So they are specific for fish, but then they are not so specific, but this is, for me, is a positive point, because I could have other information, useful information. But of course, if you want to look at viruses or bacteria, we need a totally different molecular approach, but the first part, so the sampling part, would be pretty much the same. Thank you.
So thanks a lot, and we thanks once again, Giulia. And now it's time for the next speaker, Serat Maksoud, and she will present us her work with the title Leverage Scoring, AI/ML Algorithm Use and Development and Ovarian Assessment After 2G Centrifugation and Irradiation to Investigate Female Health During Simulated Space Flight. Serat, the floor is yours.
Okay. Hello everyone, my name is Serat Maksoud. I am a final year PhD student in cellular and molecular biotechnologies at University of Teramo. And today I'll be talking about some very interesting research that I performed during my mobility period abroad at NASA Ames Research Center in California. So I think here in Teramo we were doing research on gender reproductive biotechnology, but I think I wanted to expand my knowledge about how space flight stressors are impacting reproductive system in space. So in introduction, I would like to say you that spaceflight exposes astronauts with a lot of stress, which means they undergo hypergravity, microgravity, and a lot of radiation. But I think female reproduction has not been discovered yet in terms of spaceflight stressors, so there is a lot of knowledge gap that we need to fill. So in terms of that, what we did is we tried to expose the rodent models under radiation and hypergravity to see what is the impact of these two spaceflight stressors on reproductive health, and we tried to assess this stress by the help of AI/ML that was being integrated in our studies to check what is the impact of these stressors on ovarian health. So the background until now is that there is very less literature present in the field of research that could just give us some insights like how ovarian physiology is sensitive to hypergravity and microgravity and also radiation, and how it could alter the estrous cycle staging, also follicle count, and also it could lead to fertility loss. So the experimental model that we used is we used long Ivan rats and we used 24 female rats that were 4 months old, and we caged them 3 each, and we exposed them under centrifugation, 2G centrifugation, and also we exposed them to radiation. So the experimental design is simplified here. So we used 4 different groups. One was the control group of radiation at 1G, and the second one was 1G with 50 centigrade radiation, that was the group 2, and the group third was 2G with control radiation, and the fourth group was 2G with 50 centigrade radiation. And in each group we classified 6 rats in all of those groups. And post-experiment, what we did is we got vaginal lavage samples from 2 different cohorts. The first one was 23 rats, and the second one was 24 rats. So here I talk about a little bit about role of AI/ML assessment to check and assess the ovarian health. So what we can do here is we try to get those vaginal lavages and we mounted them on slides, and we try to do some histological analysis to get the images of what stages they were at. Because if we look back at the estrous cycles in rats, they are consisted of 4 different stages. One is estrous, proestrus, diestrus, and metaestrus. So we try to do these histological analysis to check what stage these rats were at after post-return of radiation and hypergravity. And we also tried to check the pattern of all those images to see like what is the quality of these slides, the images based on their morphology of the cells of each reproductive stage. And then we tried to predict this one model by the help of Python, and I used one specific RSNet 52 model by the help of Python, and I coded it. I made it efficient for people to to just upload the images and get the results within no fraction of second. And it could help us to integrate the data into multi-omics aspect. So the workflow of AI/ML integration was to basically collect all the images that I did. It was around 2,200 images for the first cohort, because we did one slide with 3 different images, and we tried to reduce the noise by excluding the images that were not good quality. So we selected only the best quality images for this kind of training model. And the fourth point was to train and validate this. So once I uploaded all the images with this training model, I also gathered I tried to do some human scoring to see if this model is accurate, if this model is efficient, if it is detecting all these reproductive models very well, or if we need to redo the model or change some or improve some techniques in the AI-based model. And the outcome was literally very awesome, because I was not expecting that it could give me a very good result. But in the next slide, I can show you some images that I basically trained through this AI/ML model. So if you see on this slide, on the right side, you will see the less accuracy images, and on the left side you will see 100% accuracy images with better quality. And so basically this training model was classified in terms of checking the morphology of the cells at each estrous cycle. So this was for the proestrus, and this was for the meta-estrus. So if you see, like, there were some images, some rats, and the slides were not really good quality, but like we still tried to like arrange a pattern where we can just classify between the good quality images and also the low quality images. And this is for estrus. So one of the predominant estrus cycle stage was estrus, because that's where we can finally conclude that all the rats were at estrus cycle staging, because that's how they normally reach to the ovulation phase. And this was finally one of the image that I created by the help of this AI/ML model, where it shows the different 4 groups, the treatment groups that I showed you before. And it's basically like, if you see the dark color images, dark color bars, that shows the higher accuracy images with better quality image. And then if you see the light ones, they are the ones that are like low quality. So in order to show people what are how the estrus stage cycle images look like, we can just show them the better ones and exclude the low quality ones. And I also tried to do it for another 2 studies, which was R1003 and R1002. They are the rats that were sent to space in 2023 and 2022, and we got the slides which were from piggy bank, and I also tried to summarize if they are cycling normally in order to get ovulated and get pregnant in the next time. So this is how it shows estrus stage is in most of the population of these rats. And there are some rats that were not cycling properly. They were not functioning properly in terms of reproductive health. So the preliminary findings that we saw was that 2G centrifugation may affect ovarian function, but it did not show any effect in the first week in our research. And the radiation could lead to disruption of estrus cycles, as I showed you in previous slide. There were some of the rat population that they didn't function properly in terms of reproductive cycle stage. And lastly, I would say that AI/ML training models were underestimated until now, but I think this is one of the best way to enhance the quality of the data that we have, and we can try to minimize our time, and we can just use these AI trained models in order to assess and check and validate all the data that we have present in our labs, because we do a lot of imaging, but we don't have a lot of people to human score them every day, because sometimes we have more than 2,000 slides or 3,000 slides. But in normally we don't think it's a right way to spend 3 or 4 days to just analyze them humans manually, but we can just use these AI trained models that can help us to save our time and find the better results with accuracy and good quality images. So in terms of technological transfer, I think the significance of this research could help us to integrate AI/ML to study space bioscience in terms of reproductive research, and it can also support NASA AIM's Artemis goals for women astronauts, because we see earlier in 90s, 2 or 3 women astronauts went to space, and we couldn't really study their reproductive health because they were just less in number. But now I think from last few years, a lot of women, maybe 25% of women are going to space, and they're young. So we need to really keep a track and monitor their ovarian health and assessment while they're in space. So I think that's one of the best way we can protect this kind of technology, and we can basically integrate these 2 technologies. One is the research by just conducting the normal basic life science research, and then integrate it with AI/ML. And these tools can help us to assess, as I said, we can assess ovarian health, and these applications will be helpful for reproductive and toxicological research. So the future directions is basically to expand more and more AI/ML data sets for ovarian analysis, not only for ovarian analysis, but also for other type of research activities that my colleagues are conducting in a research lab in Teramo. So we can also study full HPO, which is the hypothalamus pituitary ovary pathways. We can expand the knowledge and we can fill in the gaps in terms of space flight stressors. And we can develop other space countermeasures, and we can translate to human reproductive health in different missions. So I acknowledge all my mentors. My professor for this project was Joshua Alwood from NASA Ames and Lawrence Sanders. I would also like to thank Professor Bernabo for supporting me to do this mobility abroad. And I would like to thank all the collaborators in the Italian Ministry and University of Teramo, and also NASA Space Bioscience community for representing or for also supporting my research work. And this was the activity period in NASA Ames with my team, so I thank to them, and I'm trying to do more and more in this field because I think reproduction in space needs to be studied more and more. So thank you for your attention, and I'm happy to have questions.
Thank you for your nice presentation, and let's see from the audience. Yes, please.
Yes.
Dr. El-Khatib has a question for you.
Thank you, Sirat. Very nice presentation. I just have a curiosity regarding the translatability of your results, no? Because you were talking about using rats. So how difficult can be the translatability of your result to human reproduction applicability? And how do you think that machine learning, artificial intelligence would improve the reproducibility of the result and the outcomes of mimicking, like reducing the experimental approach and mimicking the real-world results?
So we don't have to mimic anything, we just have to keep doing our experimental work. But in order to minimize our time in terms of human scoring the slides, for example, we can just use these kind of models, just upload 2,000 images in the, in our Python notebook, and then within no time we can just get exactly the, the results in terms of, for example, I showed you 4 different stages. So I had 1,400 images. I thought, oh, what if I spend 4 days to, check them one by one which stage they are at, but it could just help me. It's fine that I'm doing it manually, but I can do other things. I can do other experiments while I can just upload these images on the AI trained model, and I can get the results in 20 minutes. So I think that's the approach that we can use in other scientific research work.
Thank you for underlining that, of course, introducing in the lab daily routine activity, some of these tools is just coming even to saving time for doing other things.
Right.
Yes. So therefore, it's very important to settle down as much as possible everything that can help and support a scientist.
Right. I also couldn't show all of the data because I'm still working on it. It's 40,000 images from last 3 missions they have sent to space. And I'm trying to do my best to finish it as soon as possible because, I was supposed to come here and I couldn't really gather all the information. But I think also because this research is not published yet, so I'm not allowed to, share more and more. But I tried my best to, summarize everything in these slides. And I hope you really liked it. And thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Sarah, once again. And thank you to all that we know that's not very easy to condensate in 10 minutes everything, and also it's important to even not present data which are not yet published and not yet covered by your, as we mentioned, IPR. So thank you. Now it's time to go to the next speaker. We have Chiara Camerano-Spelta-Rapini, and her presentation is about bio-inspired system for late oogenesis, advanced art for reproductive technology. Thanks, Chiara. The stage is yours.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to present my results. Today, I will talk about my PhD project, which focusing on developing a bio-inspired system to support late oogenesis, with the aim of improving and innovating assisted reproductive technologies. My project is part of the ReproTen field. ReproTen is an acronym that stands for Reproductive Tissue Engineering, and the main goal of this field is to reproduce a functional reproductive tissue microenvironment, such as the ovary, to support the germ cell development, and also improve fertility techniques. However, applying this field to female fertility is still very challenging, and so the technological aim of my project is to produce bio-inspired scaffolds to mimic in vitro the complex architecture and the function of the ovary. One of my difficulties is to reproduce the entire process of folliculogenesis in vitro. As you can see in the ovary, there are many early stage ovarian follicles that are not yet competent, and only a few major follicles. But in vitro, these early stage follicles are not able to reach the late stage follicle, that stage, that are the only usable for ART. So to address this challenge, and thanks to the collaboration with the University of Erlangen, we designed a biocompatible PCL scaffold that support each phase of folliculogenesis and follicle survival. So this project has three main objectives. The first aim is to validate this PCL scaffold to reproduce an artificial ovary that can support long-term in vitro folliculogenesis, and use the same scaffold to develop a three-dimensional in vitro maturation protocols, and use the same protocols to study the molecular pathways for meiotic regulation. For the first aim, 10 preantral follicles derived from lamb ovaries were cultured inside the PCL patterned scaffold for 18 days. And then we evaluated the follicle growth, the morphology, and the steroidogenesis. Also, we evaluated the meiotic competence and the parthenogenetic ability of the obtained oocyte. At the end of the 18 days, these follicles showing an antral cavity formation and estradiol production, indicating an active functionality, and the obtained zoocyte reached the high meiotic competence and showed a good parthenogenetic developmental competence compared to the single follicle one. So we can conclude that the PCL scaffold can support this long-term culture of follicle and oocyte inside, ensuring the follicle growth, the endocrine function, and oocyte development. So a very proof of concept of an artificial ovary. For the second aim, we use the same scaffold to reproduce the three-dimensional in vitro maturation protocols that we also called FEO-IVM. FEO stands for follicle enclosed oocyte, and in this case, we culture early antral follicles inside the scaffold, co-cultured with ovarian surface epithelium cells. And then we evaluated the meiotic and developmental competence. The results showed that the oocyte cultured with the FEO-IVM reach a metaphase, a 70% of metaphase 2 compared to the 40% of standard in vitro maturation. And then they showed a better parthenogenetic developmental competence compared to the standard IVM. And so we can conclude that this system improves the oocyte competence and quality, and providing a new and scalable platform to develop three-dimensional in vitro maturation. For the third aim, we use the same protocols to study meiosis, focusing on SMID3. In this case, we use a specific inhibitor of this SMID3, and we also study the meiotic resumption, the developmental competence, and also the molecular pathways. The results showing that this inhibition induce 70% of germinal vesicle breakdown, and the completion of maturation occur only in the presence of HCG. Moreover, its inhibition drastically reduced the developmental potential of the M2 oocyte, also in the presence of HCG. Since the three-dimensional FEO system is able to maintain the bidirectional communication between the somatic compartment of the follicles and the germinal compartment of the follicles, we are also able to study the molecular pathway in the somatic compartment. And these results showed us that SMID3 play a role in maintaining the meiotic arrest, and its presence is crucial to the transition from the germinal vesicle breakdown to metaphase 2. So these results, to conclude, we can say that SMID3 is a key regulator of meiosis, integrating gonadotropic signal and intracellular communication to providing a it's essential to conclude the maturation process. So these results represents a step forward for reproductive tissue engineering, and this system shows strong potential to technology transfer and patent protection. So today, while PCL scaffold already exists for other purposes and different material for three-dimensional printed ovaries already exist, but all of this stool is oriented to the implantation and not for the three-dimensional in vitro maturation. So our innovation lies into the combination of the PCL scaffold with patterned fibers and defined three-dimensional in vitro maturation protocols with the reproducible data performance, and so this combination makes this system new, scalable, and potentially patented. The next steps will follow 3 lines. The first one is the research, that we can optimize the scaffold and use the FEO IBM protocols to study in detail the meiosis. The preclinical one, that we can validate the artificial ovary in the animal models, and aiming to the TRL5 through the preclinical validation, as well as assess the safety, endocrine and reproductive recovery. And to conclude, the clinical ones, so we can translate this approach to fertility preservation and non-co-fertility, as well as drug testing, aging, and environmental studies. And then we could collaborate with the TTO to evaluate patentability and market potential. I would like to thank all the people that make this project possible, so the University of Teramo and the University of Erlangen. Thank you for the attention.
Thank you, Chiara. There is any comment or question from the audience for Chiara? Chiara will just then make a comment. Thank you already for the great results, and also I like, and then I will ask you to make already some maybe consideration, just general for future application. You mentioned also the onco-preservation, so this could be a very interesting point in which all of this research field could have a very huge importance. Can you just comment first on this?
This approach could be a very nice approach because in this way we can avoid the reintroduction of malignant cells inside the patients. And so, we could improve these techniques for this reason.
Could have a huge impact.
The first,
I agree with this.
Yeah.
So thanks a lot, Chiara. And now it's time for the next speaker. So I invite Agostina Tabilio Di Camillo to come to the stage, and she will present for us her work about an open access database of functional traits of European groundwater-related copepoda.
Thank you. Thank you for the kind introduction, and good morning, everyone. So today I will show you the main output of my PhD journey, which is on the first open access trait database for groundwater-related copepods. So functional traits are morphological, physiological, and behavioral features that can be measured at the individual level and serve as a tool to link organism performances with ecosystem functioning. Trait-based approach is now central to most ecological research and conservation, but subterranean environment and groundwaters are still largely absent from this global network. Because groundwaters are isolated, dark, and nutrient poor, however, host highly specialized and often endemic fauna, which is able to circulate water, provide oxygenation, regulate microbes, and recycle nutrients. And among them, copepods, which are very tiny crustaceans of about 0.5 millimeter, are the most abundant, diverse, and also ecologically important. However, no trait database has ever been built for them. So our response to this shortfall has been to develop a standardized pipeline from the fieldwork to the database compilation. First, we sampled groundwaters and groundwater-dependent habitats, and we acclimated copepods to laboratory conditions. After acclimation, we recorded videos and photos from which we calculated 5 morphometric and 5 locomotor behavioral traits, which were expert validated before their inclusion in the database, which is also comprehensive of both taxonomic and sampling site information, along with life history and habitat preference traits. So our main aim was to develop the first open access functional trait database filled with continuous data measured at the individual level on living groundwater copepods and expert validated. First, we sampled 6 groundwater and groundwater-dependent habitats across Italy, Slovenia, and Romania, 4 karstic caves, 1 karstic spring, and 1 alluvial aquifer. We used gentle standardized protocols, and we collected also waters and sediment to replicate natural conditions during the acclimation in the lab, and which took place in darkness, stable temperature, and no artificial food. So after acclimation, we recorded 1-minute videos in a small circular arena, and after recording, we used a drop of sparkling water to anesthetize them and to take 2 photographs, one from the dorsal view and one from the lateral view. And from these photos, using the software ImageJ, we measured some body dimension, like the total length and the maximum width, the antenule length, and 2 body angles. The first is the angle between the thorax and the abdomen from the lateral view photos, and the second one is the angle between the minor basis and the diagonal of the trapezoid, with which we simplified the shape of our copepod, because we want to include in our database only continuous values. So here we have our 5 continuous morphometric traits, which are body flexibility in degrees, body size in millimeter, body mass in milligrams, antenule elongation as the ratio between the antenule length and the body length, and the body shape in degrees. And we performed a tracking analysis on our videos using the software Noldus Cytovision, which allowed us to extrapolate 5 locomotor behavioral traits, which are distance moved, average and maximum velocities, movement in percentage, and maximum acceleration. We included up to 20 sexually immature males and females to capture also the sexual dimorphism, and each species was assigned to one of the 3 ecological categories, which are zygobites, which are strict groundwater adapted specialists, stygophiles, which are Epygean species, which can live in groundwater but without marked adaptations, and zygoxine are strict Epygean species, which are only occasional and not resident in groundwaters. We performed taxonomic identification after dissection and slide preparation, and each individual, both functional and taxonomic assignment, were validated by the expertise of our research group. And to date, our database is comprehensive of 314 copepods from 14 species, 11 genera, 3 families, and 2 orders, divided into 179 females and 135 males, with stygobites which dominate our data with over 60%. And after running our data through some statistical tests, first the Kruskal-Wallis test and then the post-hoc test comparison, we detected significant differences for most traits, which were confirmed by the pairwise comparison, but here I will show you just the, to me, most important and interesting pattern we detected. Here we have the antennual elongation, and as we can see, Nitocrella stammeri display very high values compared to other sarcopticos. Nitocrella stammeri is a stegobitic sarcopticoid we collected from the alluvial aquifer, and if we look at Moraria, which is another stygobitic sarcopticoid, its value falls at the bottom with an average ratio of 0.17. And looking at Bryocamptus zoccei, which is a stegoxine, it falls in the middle range with a value of 0.20. But looking to maximum velocity, again, Nitocrella stammeri display very high values with a maximum velocity of 12 millimeters per second. Looking at Bryocamptus zoccei, again, it falls in the middle range, but here Moraria does not falls at the bottom with a maximum velocity of 3.7 millimeters per second. So if we compare the antennual elongation with the maximum velocity and in general locomotor performances, we can outline a general trend for which species which display higher in antennual elongation often displays also higher locomotor performances. But here Moraria breaks this rule. But this makes sense from an ecological point of view, as Moraria is a strict burrower closely associated with sediments, where antennules are used mainly as sensory appendages. In contrast, Nitocrella stammeri relies more on active swimming, as it is an hyperbenthic swimmer, where antennules participate directly to the propulsion. And this to say that the common generalization, which say that all stegobitic organisms display longer sensory appendages, is not universally valid, could be not universally valid, but only by having sufficiently broad functional comparative data, we can depict and outline such exception. And turning to innovation and IP potential, we developed the first open access individual level database for groundwater-associated copepods filled with continuous values measured on living organisms. We developed a new continuous metric for the body shape trait, and in general, a standardized pipeline from the fieldwork to the database output. And this is a unique know-how, which is possible only with the expertise we have in our lab, fortunately. And we will publish our data on Figshare, which is an open access repository, which will provide a DOI, a timestamp priority for publication, licensing for using condition, long-term archiving, and authorship attribution. And looking ahead, scalability is high, because as we will publish our data on Figshare, they will be immediately reusable. And it will allow a easy expansion through our standardized methodology. And also the new metric we developed for the body shape could set a new standard for copepod ecology. And, but challenges remain, notably the resource-intensive data acquisition, but the impact is clear because releasing open data, metadata, and also detailed methodologies, we are transferring technology in itself and providing a tool which can improve both subterranean biology and ecotoxicology and support conservation management to protect this groundwater environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Agostina. And now I'm asking to the audience if there is any question or comments for her. Yes, please, Dr. El-Khatib.
Thank you for the presentation. I was curious about the sampling.
Yeah.
When was it performed? And if you might think about performing sampling in different seasons to see if you have differences in the quality of.
Thank you for the question. The sampling, we did not follow a season. We sampled when we find something in the water. But it is interesting because we acclimated copepods to laboratory condition, and groundwaters are really stable environment, so there is not much temperature oscillations, but after acclimation the value is standard. But we have in mind to test also if the time of along the day it could improve or if we can see some changes in locomotor performances and behavior in general.
So thank you, and also Agostina, I want to make a comment to thank you to point out also the use of Figshare or some other database and open repository, because this is also another important point that is of course a preservation of our IP, but as well we are scientists and we want to share our results and to making them more usable. Exactly what was saying Professor Arezzo at the beginning, that the knowledge which is shared is an added value for everyone. So therefore, protect your data, but also share with the others. This is the added value. Thank you for pointing out that was not yet coming from other presentation, but I'm sure your colleagues are doing the same. Thank you.
Thank you.
So and now I'm presenting the last students that are going to present her work, Martina Colasante. She will present her work with a presentation having the title Common Targets in Nervous System Tumors, Emerging Therapeutic Perspectives. The stage is yours, please.
Hello, everyone. I work on the landscape of target therapy in nervous system tumors. Glioblastoma is the most aggressive primary brain tumors, and the median survival time is no longer than 1.5 years. On the other hand, neuroblastoma is the most common extracranial solid tumor found in childhood, and it is responsible for 15% of deaths among children with cancer. These two tumors are completely different, for example, for the location, the origin, and also for the patient's age, but they have something in common. For example, they have a remarkable ability to adapt to the tumor microenvironment, and this caused resistance to therapy. So it's essential to identify new therapeutical targets that are potential tools for drug targeting therapy. I started my PhD project focusing on glioblastoma and multi-target approach. The first two targets are nucleolin and EGFR variant 3. We try to generate a chimera of two aptamers, the aptamer AS1411 for nucleolin and the aptamer U2 for EGFR variant 3. Aptamers basically are, we can define them as a chemical antibody. Another two targets are galectin-3 and galectin-3 binding protein. And in this context, we combined the efficacy of engineered humanized monoclonal antibody that binds galectin-3 binding protein with the cytotoxic effect of DM4, a potent chemotherapeutic. In the third year, in particular during my period abroad, I tried to answer to the question, is nucleolin a target in neuroblastoma? I start with the results obtained with the aptamers chimera. And we use different cell lines, U87 glioblastoma cell line transfected with a GFR variant 3 and a GFR wild type. First of all, we characterized this cell line to demonstrate the presence of the target and also the nucleolin. And we performed the cytotoxic assay with single aptamers and the chimera. Hybrid 5 proved to be the most promising in terms of specificity. Then we obtain a three-dimensional spheroid from patient-derived primary glioblastoma cells. And in this slide, we can see the effect on the U87 and GFR variant 3 cell line on top and on the spheroid on the bottom. And in both models, a marked cytotoxic effect was observed, also with the individual aptamers and the chimera. Using the Incucyte live cells imaging system, we monitored the spheroid growth during a 96-hour treatment period. The spheroid volume is a marker for the efficacy of the treatment, and we can see the decrease over time upon the treatment. Then, in the context of the antibody-drug conjugated in collaboration with CAST in Chiedi, we established a subcutaneous model, and the treated mist received injection of the ADC twice weekly. And in the graphs, we can see the effect of the ADC in different concentration. Then we try to perform a orthotopic implantation, and here we have the imaging obtained with bioluminescence imaging, and in 3 mice we can see a reduction in volume of the tumor. In the other 3, maybe there is a cytostatic effect. Unfortunately, the tumor size is too small to perform a histological analysis, so now we are planning to repeat this experiment. To blocking the activity of galectin-3, I'm done SELEX. SELEX is a technique to obtain a new aptamer that binds ugly and specifically the target. After 9 cycles of SELEX, the cloning is done, and now we are waiting the results of the sequencing. Now we turn to another chapter, the neuroblastoma. For now, in literature, there is only one article that talks about nucleolin in neuroblastoma. First of all, we assessed patients' overall survival stratified by nucleolin expression. And we can see that patients with high level of nucleolin exhibit a reduced overall survival. The first thing is the target validation. We use different neuroblastoma cell lines and fibroblast as a negative control. Nucleolin is a protein usually present in the normal cells, but only in the nucleus at just a little quantity in the cytoplasm. But in tumor cells, nucleolin is translocated on the membrane. In this Western blot, we can see that nucleolin is highly expressed in the cytoplasmatic and membrane fraction in comparison to the fibroblast. Then we performed cytotoxic assay in fibroblasts as a control again, and in different several neuroblastoma cell line, also MYC amplified and non-MYC amplified. The effect of the aptamer AS1411 is very high in all of them. Among the MYC amplified cell line, the best results is in IMR32. In non-amplified MYC cell line, we have SHSY5Y. We have done the cell cycle analysis in these two cell line as a model, and we can see a different effect. For sure, in both of them, we have an increase in dead cells, but in SHSY5Y, AS1411 strongly reduced G1, S, and G2. That means a cell cycle arrest. In IMR32, there is a reduction of G2, but we have an increase in S phase, and maybe that means a replication block. So there is still a lot of work to be done. But if one day we reach the clinical application, we have to keep in mind that the aptamer AS1411 and U2 are already patented, and their patents also cover the application. So in that case, we need a license. We have to require the license. But in the other hand, the new aptamer for galectin-3 obtained through Celex is potentially patentable. Now we are in early stage, the sequencing, followed by the characterization, the in vitro and in vivo experiment. But this corresponds to a TRL 3-4. That means proof of concept and experimental validation in lab. So once the sequence is defined and the activity demonstrated, a patent application can be prepared and filed. An important thing for aptamers, it's the excellent scalability, because the synthesis of aptamers, it's very easy. Also the production and the costs are low. So we can see the clear potential for future development and industrial translation. So in conclusion, a combination of treatments using both ADC and aptamer will be potentially available in the next future. And regarding on the neuroblastoma, nucleolin has emerged as a novel target, and the AS1411 show a strong activity. So for sure we need further studies, but preliminary results are promising. Thank you all for the attention.
Thank you, Martina. And there is any question or comments from the audience for Martina? Okay, I was just curious if then other plans are to investigate other kind of pathologies. We know also the difference between pediatric patients and adult patients. So this was already, you mentioned in the first part of your presentation about the glioblastoma, that of course is just for adults. So are you planning also to include and investigate other kind of pathology and separate them for the population? Is it one of the plans?
No, I think two tumor is enough.
Well, you are right, because there are already a lot of variety and different kind of populations.
Yes.
So
glioblastoma and neuroblastoma are really completely different for the patients, for the aggressivity of the tumor. You can see the response to AS1411 is different in these two tumors, because glioblastoma is the most aggressive tumor that we have. So, no, maybe glioblastoma and neuroblastoma is okay. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Martina. So. Thanks again to all of the PhD students for all of your presentation. And now I think we are a bit ahead of the time, and I give the floor then to Professor Ippoliti and Professor Russo, please.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Now it's finally time for lunch.
At last.
At last. So we can move downstairs. We can keep 1 hour to rest, and if company representative have some interest in exchanging ideas with PhD students, they can do it also during the lunch time, and if they need more time, there will be time after the round table. So the round table will be around 3:15. Okay, so enjoy the lunch, I hope. And thank you very much for your patience.
And thank you to all the PhD students.
Thank you to everyone, and particularly to all the PhD students for
I
their...
will just ask the PhD students to stay a bit here.
Okay.
Just a second, please.
Just a communication for the company representative. If you can give your report to Marianna, please.
If the PhD students can come here, please, just a bit close to the floor. Sorry, to the PhD student, can you just come close to the stage? All the 12 of you, please.
Direi di rincominciare i lavori, anche perché abbiamo accumulato un po' di ritardo, per non abusare troppo delle aziende che cortesemente sono rimaste, che ringrazio nuovamente per la loro partecipazione, perché per noi è preziosa ed è importante avere un vostro feedback, è importante capire se stiamo andando nella direzione giusta e soprattutto è importante far conoscere i nostri ragazzi ad una realtà che per loro magari è nuova. Sto parlando in italiano perché ormai il round table abbiamo deciso di farlo in italiano per praticità e soprattutto è importante toglierli dalla loro comfort zone, perché loro sono abituati a fare disseminazione scientifica, congressi scientifici nazionali, internazionali, ma non sono abituati a dialogare con l'azienda. E quindi è importante che loro si siano messi alla prova e abbiano cercato di spiegare in qualche modo le loro ricerche scientifiche in termini di trasferimento tecnologico. E io credo ci siano riusciti, sono molto orgogliosa del loro lavoro, sono stati tutti molto bravi, devo dire la verità, al mio parere, ma credo a parere di tutti. E quindi inizierei con il round table che vede protagonisti soprattutto le aziende, perché appunto invito Liliana a spiegare come si svolgerà.
Grazie mille per questa organizzazione. Anch'io mi unisco ai complimenti per quelli che sono state già la presentazione dei lavori degli studenti del terzo anno del corso di dottorato, e per continuare a dare ulteriore valore aggiunto a questo nostro incontro di oggi, volevamo un pochino interagire con questa tavola rotonda con le aziende, ma proprio in previsione anche dei one-to-one, e qualcuno di voi si è già prenotato, ovviamente siete ancora in tempo per farlo. E adesso procederemo così: i rappresentanti delle aziende presenteranno brevemente se stessi. Chiedo a tutti di essere un po' rapidi, questo serve anche un po' per dare 2 parole in più agli studenti che poi vorranno incontrarvi nei meeting one-to-one, perché avranno così modo di sapere un po' di cosa si tratta. E dopodiché daremo spazio alle domande dei ragazzi, se ce ne sono, oppure continueremo un attimo con un paio di topic cross che interessano un po' i nostri mondi e un po' il bridging tra l'industria e l'accademia, per fortificare un po' questo networking. Allora, tutti i rappresentanti delle aziende sono più o meno la maggior parte nella seconda fila. Prego, dottor Di Nardo. Sì, siete tutti qui, stavo partendo, però guardi, allora il dottor Di Nardo inizia con l'Assut, prego.
Allora, buon pomeriggio a tutti. Questa mattina sono stato tempestato da concetti molto alti e la cosa che ho già espresso alla professoressa Russo, che rispetto a 2 anni fa ho visto un salto di qualità dal punto di vista della lingua inglese, il che depone a vostro favore. Questo ve lo dovevo e ve l'ho detto, perché in azienda l'inglese bisogna sapere prima l'inglese e poi tutto il resto. È un paradosso, ma è così, che altrimenti se uno conosce tanto ma non lo sa esprimere con i partner europei o stranieri è come non conoscerlo. Scusatemi se faccio questa specificazione. Niente, io sono Angelo Di Nardo e sono responsabile dello stabilimento di Assut. Il logo fissatevelo bene in mente per chi volesse magari venirci a trovare o interagire con noi. Brevemente vi dico che questa è una società piccola, italiana, media azienda, fa 25 milioni di fatturato l'anno. La proprietà è romana ed è destinata a rimanere romana, non ci sono fondi, non ci sono imprese estere. Però è un'azienda molto rivolta verso il mercato all'estero, tant'è che il nostro fatturato lo facciamo per il 60% con l'estero, il 40% con l'Italia. Negli ultimi 2 anni abbiamo inserito una ragazza in somministrazione, ma che è destinata poi a essere stabilizzata da noi perché si è molto fatta apprezzare, e nella ricerca e sviluppo. E 1 anno fa sono state inserite 2 ragazze laureate proprio l'anno scorso, sempre all'interno della ricerca e sviluppo, perché abbiamo molti progetti che non riusciamo a governare e a gestire con le forze che abbiamo. Nella ricerca e sviluppo oggi sono 4 persone. Abbiamo intenzione di inserire almeno 1 o 2 persone con le caratteristiche del vostro percorso di studi. Non chiediamo, esperienze, perché le esperienze si fanno sul campo, chiediamo la vostra disponibilità ad entrare nel settore privato, che è un mondo molto diverso da quello che avete vissuto finora, non so se è peggio o meglio, non lo so, questo lo vedrete voi. Però è un settore molto dinamico che ti dà moltissime soddisfazioni perché sul campo mettete in pratica quello che avete imparato a scuola. L'Assut è pronta ad accogliere persone che abbiano queste caratteristiche di flessibilità, predisposizione e soprattutto a saper lavorare in un gruppo che già funziona abbastanza bene. Non ci sono individualismi, c'è collettività, c'è un capo del servizio che è un laureato in chimica alla vecchia Università dell'Aquila, che il professor Ippoliti conosce molto bene, Francesco. Quindi niente, io mi fermo qua, poi se volete le domande, se vogliono, le fanno adesso o dopo? Ditemi voi.
Direi dopo tutte le
Perfetto.
presentazioni. Grazie.
In ogni caso auguri per il vostro percorso.
Grazie. Invito adesso il dottor Spinozzi a presentare Laboratorio Italia, quindi una breve presentazione, grazie.
Allora, buonasera a tutti, anzi buongiorno, più o meno siamo lì. Io sono il dottor Daniele Spinozzi, sono direttore sanitario del Laboratorio Italia di Giulianova, che è un laboratorio di diagnostica, quindi analisi del sangue, chimico-cliniche e microbiologiche. Siamo un laboratorio convenzionato col Sistema Sanitario Nazionale e ci stiamo sviluppando prevalentemente in questi ultimi anni nella parte di allergologia e microbiologia clinica. Abbiamo fatto degli investimenti in modo che la qualità dei pazienti, dei risultati che ridiamo poi ai pazienti sia di livello praticamente ospedaliero, e questo ci rende molto orgogliosi perché siamo comunque una piccola realtà in una città dove è già presente un presidio ospedaliero, però vediamo che abbiamo dei pazienti affezionati al nostro laboratorio che vengono a farsi analisi da tanti anni e noi cerchiamo di dargli il servizio migliore possibile. Oltre a tutto questo, io come voi avrete fra un po', ho un dottorato in scienze biomediche che ho conseguito in Olanda circa 5 anni fa, poi siccome la sindrome di Stoccolma ancora non mi è finita ho fatto anche un postdoc, giusto per rimanere ancora di più nell'ambito della ricerca e quindi ho un'esperienza nella ricerca di diversi anni e poi sono passato alla parte del settore privato, quindi anche da questo punto di vista se voleste più tardi farmi delle domande su come possa essere questa transizione che spaventa molti di voi, che magari pensano che effettivamente ci sia il dottorato e poi necessariamente una carriera nel mondo accademico e basta, diciamo, quindi bisogna seguire necessariamente il percorso che diciamo si vede più comune, ma in realtà ci sono tante altre realtà, scusate il gioco di parole, come abbiamo visto oggi e diceva anche la professoressa Russo, un evento davvero ben fatto per poter conoscere tutte queste realtà nel territorio e che sono in realtà pronte ad accogliere delle persone motivate con la giusta esperienza per poter fare il passaggio che assolutamente non è indolore né traumatico né drammatico né tutto quello che pensiate in negativo da una parte all'altra e quindi ecco questo in breve, poi se ci sono altre domande più tardi io sono disposto a accogliere.
Grazie dottor Spinozzi.
Prego.
Adesso chiedo alla dottoressa Pietrangelo di Exolab Italia di presentarsi. Grazie.
Buon pomeriggio a tutti, io sono Giulia Pietrangelo e faccio parte di Exolab Italia. Faccio una breve presentazione della startup, è una startup innovativa che è nata nel 2020 a Roma, nell'Istituto Superiore di Sanità, dal gruppo di ricerca di Stefano Fais e Maria Antonia Logozzi. Da lì poi hanno fatto un bel trasloco durante il Covid verso l'Aquila e hanno creato questa startup al Tecnopolo d'Abruzzo. Di cosa tratta? Principalmente di isolamento di vescicole extracellulari vegetali da utilizzare sia in ricerca e sviluppo che produzione, che sono le due grandi parti della nostra azienda. La produzione ora è diventata tale, prima la chiamavamo prototipazione, infatti in realtà ora da startup siamo passati a scale up perché il nostro obiettivo è poi di diventare un'azienda vera e propria. Mentre la parte di ricerca e sviluppo ha proprio l'obiettivo di andare a studiare queste vescicole, a caratterizzarle da un punto di vista biochimico e fisico e poi di andare a valutare effettivamente la loro efficacia e la potenziale anche tossicità su eventuali trattamenti e abbiamo diverse collaborazioni aperte anche sia con aziende private ma anche una forte collaborazione proprio con l'università. Stavo proprio parlando prima di questo argomento che ora si stanno concludendo i progetti Vitality, che sono dei progetti, un bando nazionale di collaborazione tra le aziende e l'università. Abbiamo collaborato con l'Università di Urbino, di Teramo, di Chieti, dell'Aquila, ma anche quella della Calabria. Quindi nonostante l'obiettivo è quello di diventare un'azienda, il nostro goal è quello di non perdere la parte di ricerca e sviluppo, motivo per cui oggi io sono qui proprio in rappresentanza di questa parte. E questo, non c'è molto altro da dire.
Grazie mille dottoressa Pietrangelo. Adesso invito l'ingegner Delia per DGS.
Ciao, buon pomeriggio a tutti. Intanto grazie e complimenti per le presentazioni che avete fatto. Io sono Paolo Delia e sono il direttore dei laboratori di sviluppo di DGS. DGS è una società grande, una grande azienda, un gruppo di aziende con più di 2.000-2.500 persone attualmente e è una società che spesso viene associata ai grandi sistemi integrator come Engineering o Accenture, ma si distingue da loro perché ha l'ambizione di essere il partner tecnologico per l'innovazione, cioè coloro che vengono scelti laddove è opportuno fare una trasformazione innovativa. È per questo che mi piace partecipare a questi eventi, è per questo che la nostra azienda investe più o meno l'8% del suo fatturato in ricerca e sviluppo, che credetemi per un privato è una percentuale importante. E nei nostri laboratori software, perché questo facciamo principalmente software, siamo pronti ad accogliere quel trasferimento tecnologico di cui oggi si è parlato, siamo pronti e vogliamo ingegnerizzare i progetti che deriveranno dalle conoscenze che avete acquisito nel vostro percorso. E abbiamo già un florido reparto di ricerca e sviluppo che oggi conta più o meno una trentina di persone e chiaramente figure come le vostre sono delle figure importanti per noi da inserire in azienda, perché la nostra crescita avviene dalla vostra crescita. Sono qui, se poi avete delle domande da farmi sui progetti, sull'azienda, sarò felice di rispondervi. Grazie.
Chiedo poi al dottor Palazzese, per Miglio, scusate.
Buon pomeriggio a tutti, grazie al Comitato per l'esperienza che mi avete regalato oggi, anche nella giornata di martedì, per poter presentare e parlare della nostra azienda. Sono il dottor Luca Palazzese, sono postdoc dell'Università di Teramo, ma oggi sono qui come rappresentante, come amministratore unico della Miglio SRL, startup innovativa dell'Università degli Studi di Teramo. Questa mattina con il delegato della terza missione della nostra università si parlava dell'importanza del trasferimento tecnologico, che le accademie oggi sono chiamate a dare il loro contributo, e quindi 3 anni fa io e i miei 2 colleghi abbiamo accettato questa piccolissima scommessa, per carità, di aprire una piccola SRL all'interno della nostra università, ed è nata la Miglio. Abbiamo tutte e 3 un curriculum accademico-scientifico, quindi fondamentalmente il nostro lavoro è un lavoro intellettuale, come ben sapete. Però in questi 3 anni ci stiamo cercando un pochettino di difendere, capire un pochettino bene qual è il mercato. Abbiamo da 2 anni, è tuttora in opera, una piccola commissione da parte dell'ARSIAL, che è l'ente regionale razziale dell'agricoltura, per quanto riguarda la preservazione di genotipo ovino in via di estinzione, perché principalmente noi ci occupiamo di riproduzione in materia di ovini. Abbiamo anche cercato di intercettare dei fondi europei in ricerca e sviluppo, e quest'estate sono stato a Tokyo perché abbiamo vinto un Eureka, un progetto europeo per lo sviluppo di un prototipo per quanto riguarda lo sviluppo di un macchinario per la liofilizzazione di seme umano e ovino. Quindi anche per me nel mio piccolo, visto vi regalo un pochettino le mie piccolissime esperienze, iniziare a parlare anche con delle altre aziende, di parlare di sviluppo, di prototipo, di business. Io non sono un businessman, per carità, sono un ricercatore, è anche nuovo per me. Se vi devo lasciare con un take home message, vi volevo giusto dire che sì, anche da assegnista quale sono, perché non provare ad aprire una piccola azienda, perché non un pochettino scommettere sul proprio curriculum. Grazie a tutti e vi aspetto.
Grazie. E infine, per BioUniversa chiedo, ecco qua, dottor Sala, grazie.
Buon pomeriggio a tutti, complimenti a tutti i PhD per le presentazioni. Io sono Gianluca Sala, sono professore associato all'Università di Chieti e in realtà sono qui a rappresentare quella che in realtà adesso è diventata Fibrosis, che nasce, uno spin-off accademico dell'Università di Salerno, diciamo come una sorta di spin-out da quella che è stata la prima realtà nata a Salerno, che si chiamava appunto BioUniversa. Piccola SRL, piccola biotech accademica con cui in passato io ho anche collaborato come consulente, invece attualmente sono ancora socio di un'altra biotech, un altro spin-off accademico, Mediapharma, invece nato nella nostra università, l'Università di Chieti. Fibrosis, così come in realtà BioUniversa, è una piccola quindi realtà accademica che nasce quindi con l'idea di fare ricerca e sviluppo nell'ambito della medicina molecolare, in particolare quindi il focus della biotech è di sviluppare innovativi kit diagnostici e agenti terapeutici principalmente nel campo oncologico, ma adesso anche rivolta anche a malattie come la fibrosi, appunto, malattie rare. L'azienda è composta principalmente da docenti dell'Università di Salerno, da docenti dell'Università di Chieti. Io infatti sono qui a rappresentare il professor Vincenzo De Lorenzi dell'Università di Chieti, ordinario di biochimica, e ovviamente si avvale di anche postdoc e PhD student dell'Università di Salerno, e quindi riesce a fare ricerca sia utilizzando fondi accademici pubblici che cercando investimenti, quindi da altre aziende, investimenti da privati. Lì leggete Bug3 Platform, perché i progetti principali di questa biotech ruotano attorno a questa proteina BAG3 che è stata identificata proprio dalla fondatrice dell'azienda, la professoressa Maria Turco, quindi una proteina coinvolta in molti processi cellulari, tra cui sicuramente quello legato alla fibrosi. Okay,
grazie. Infine, come partecipanti alla tavola rotonda, sono lieta di dare brevemente la parola al professor Ippoliti, che rappresenterà l'Ordine dei Biologi di Lazio Abruzzo. Quindi grazie.
Grazie, e qui faccio un intervento come stakeholder più che ovviamente come datore di lavoro. E quindi devo ribadire l'interesse dell'Ordine dei Biologi del Lazio e dell'Abruzzo a favorire queste interazioni di interscambio tra accademia e ordine e ovviamente, essendo l'ordine dedicato anche al mondo del lavoro, a creare, a proteggere, a garantire i laureati in scienze biologiche e biotecnologie e quindi anche i dottorandi o quelli che saranno futuri dottori di ricerca, non posso che apprezzare questo tipo di iniziativa alla quale ovviamente ho anche contribuito. Quindi ribadisco che se qualcuno dovesse avere anche subito nel futuro delle domande da fare relativamente alla possibilità di entrare come membro dell'Ordine dei Biologi, mi trova disponibile ovviamente qui all'indirizzo di posta elettronica universitario che trovate facilmente su internet e basta, questo è quanto.
Grazie, quindi ora...
Volevo, solamente, visto che la dottoressa Cesta è andata via, dire che ovviamente abbiamo avuto anche la partecipazione della grande azienda farmaceutica Dompé, che tutti conoscono, quindi non è che c'è bisogno di grandi parole per introdurla, sempre attenta al mondo delle biotecnologie di tipo medico ovviamente, per cui buona parte delle ricerche che avete presentato oggi sono potenzialmente interessanti per l'azienda e anche i profili curricolari che voi avete penso possano essere interessanti. C'è una lista di persone interessate ai contatti, credo che noi potremmo poi mettere in contatto tramite il dottorato di ricerca l'azienda nella persona della dottoressa Cesta con i PhD o gli studenti che hanno manifestato interesse nei suoi confronti. Ok, grazie.
Sì, infatti volevo un attimo integrare, la dottoressa Riverani è stata veramente molto attenta e anzi la ringrazio nuovamente per il suo prezioso aiuto e la sua moderazione qui oggi perché è stata preziosa e ha raccolto tutti i nominativi dei dottorandi interessati alle diverse aziende, per cui magari vi metteremo in contatto se per voi va bene e se siete interessati possiamo appunto inviarvi i loro indirizzi email perché avevano espresso interesse a dialogare con voi, quindi se magari non riusciamo oggi possiamo trasferirvi i loro nominativi. Grazie.
Anche se qualcuno non aveva compilato il foglio è ancora possibile aggiungersi, quindi fate riferimento ai professori se volete o se non riuscite oggi a parlare potete sempre ovviamente fornire il vostro interesse. Allora, quindi adesso volevo entrare un po' più nel vivo della tavola rotonda perché la tavola rotonda inizia sempre con il giro di tavolo dove, essendo il tavolo come uno immagina i commensali, ognuno intanto si presenta, insomma. Però ecco, un pochino ora il fil rouge devono essere un po', secondo me, le vostre domande, le vostre curiosità. Quindi vorrei partire proprio da voi, se intanto che ora avete anche conosciuto un po' più, da il profilo aziendale e anche qualcosa di personale sui rappresentanti delle aziende che sono qui e volete iniziare voi a fare qualche domanda. Prego.
Ok? No, sono preparata. Sì, no, volevo intanto vi ringrazio per esservi presentati e volevo chiedere quali sono le competenze che maggiormente richiedete nei giovani ricercatori che si candidano nelle vostre aziende.
Allora, se siete d'accordo farei un rapido giro sempre con il microfono e andrei Inizierei intanto con, tanto per essere un po' rapidi, a keyword, quindi 2 competenze chiave che ricercate o che consigliate di coltivare.
Vabbè, mi alzo perché so basso, quindi sennò poi la gente non mi vede. Allora, per quanto mi riguarda, quindi posso dare una hard skill e una soft skill. Quindi una hard skill è la gestione del tempo, perché è fondamentale, penso che voi l'abbiate già sviluppata nel corso di tutti questi anni, perché altrimenti non avreste raggiunto i risultati che avete raggiunto e che ci avete mostrato. E per quanto riguarda la soft skills, la risoluzione dei problemi. Cioè, quando vi si presenta un problema di fronte, che cosa fate? Vi mettete a piangere, comprensibile, però anche come lo risolvete, cioè siete persone proattive, oppure siete anche persone brave a chiedere aiuto, che è anche una cosa fondamentale, quindi non intestardirvi a fare le cose, diciamo, in maniera autonoma, ma se uno non sa è giusto che chieda aiuto.
Grazie. Prego.
Anch'io mi limito a 2 competenze. La prima è quella tecnica, quindi le competenze vostre sono in discipline scientifiche, quindi fisica, chimica, quelle per un'azienda come la nostra sono importanti. La seconda è un po' più manageriale, la gestione dei progetti, saper governare i progetti, perché in azienda si assegna un compito, che spesso è un progetto, bisogna disegnare il planning di questo progetto, stabilire le date, gli obiettivi, le persone coinvolte e marcare il tempo, perché nascono tanti progetti però poi si perdono un po' nei meandri. Il rispetto ai progetti è molto importante, spesso perché i nostri progetti sono legati a finanziamenti europei italiani e i finanziamenti europei italiani ti danno i soldi se rispetti le date e gli obiettivi che tu hai presentato in fase progettuale. Quindi la gestione del progetto è fondamentale. Grazie.
Grazie. Prego, dottoressa Pietrangelo.
Allora, ok, io uso termini un po' più semplici perché tanto non è la mia competenza, altre soft skill o altro. Da noi è fondamentale l'elasticità, perché siamo una start-up, quindi oggi puoi fare le cellule, domani puoi fare la molecolare, non si sa. E la capacità di lavorare in team, perché poi siamo tutti ragazzi, quindi più si sa stare insieme e più si condivide la frase di mal comune mezzo gaudio. Il piangere di prima, che è successo, perché a volte succede, almeno si piange insieme. Questo.
Grazie. Approfitto che in particolare il team working è fondamentale, ma non solo perché si condivide, ma perché insieme si devono raggiungere tutti gli obiettivi. Prego.
Grazie, io mi aggancio a quest'ultimo concetto perché il concetto di gestione di progetto per noi significa soprattutto fare in modo che tutti i componenti del team convergano verso lo stesso obiettivo, quindi saper conciliare le diverse attitudini verso un obiettivo comune. E la seconda è, noi siamo, rispetto alle altre società che sono qui, una società che fa una cosa completamente diversa. Noi facciamo software e tecnologia, non siamo orientati alla biologia, alla chimica o alla fisica, seppure questi sono degli ambienti in cui i nostri sistemi vanno in qualche modo a coadiuvare. Quindi per noi l'altra cosa importante è saper trasformare un'idea in un progetto concreto, in un oggetto che possa essere un aiuto per qualcuno.
Grazie Paolo. Prego Luca.
Essendo nostra startup accademica, quindi cerchiamo principalmente un profilo prettamente scientifico di ricerca. Nella nostra piccola esperienza, avendo avuto delle commissioni anche sul campo, quindi sulle aziende, cerchiamo anche delle pronte competenze sul campo, quindi anche un'elasticità nel muoversi, non restare semplicemente a Teramo dove abbiamo adesso noi la sede, ma anche a raggiungere altri comuni, altre città.
Grazie mille.
Sì, anche quella di Fibrosis è una realtà prettamente accademica, quindi sicuramente il problem solving è una qualità assolutamente fondamentale e io aggiungerei anche la capacità e la forza di proporre nuove idee e avere la forza, anche la cultura di sostenerle. Quella è una qualità che spesso nei postdoc è difficile trovare.
Grazie mille. Effettivamente c'è sempre questo, tornano varie, alcune si sono ripetute, ma spero che vi diano appunto l'idea e anche, diciamo, sviluppate diversi punti di vista di quanto siano importanti, e l'essere propositivi e costruttori sempre. State costruendo il progetto, state costruendo il vostro futuro, state costruendo la vostra carriera, quindi abbiate sempre l'idea del essere propositivi e costruire. Questo sarà qualcosa che vi porterete sempre dietro, quindi è quello di base che servirà poi a tutti. Avete altre domande? Sì, Barbara.
Una domanda che è comunque coinvolge i ragazzi, anche se la fa chi forma i ragazzi, ma come formatore del terzo livello diciamo di titolo, come se doveste consigliarci qualcosa che possiamo fare, che potremmo introdurre all'interno dei nostri percorsi formativi per rafforzare queste figure di professionisti che poi voi cercate una volta che arrivano al dottorato, cosa ci consigliereste?
Grazie Barbara, perché questa tavola rotonda, come abbiamo detto prima, è importante, mette insieme le aziende, l'ordine, vari stakeholders, ed è uno scambio sia per voi ma anche un'occasione di networking tra di noi per costruire anche lì nuove progettualità e scambi di competenze, per cui è sicuramente un servizio molto buono quello di rafforzare questo ponte tra aziende e accademie per creare sempre dei corsi come il vostro, ma che abbiano poi degli input in più. Quindi se possiamo dare un consiglio su cosa puntare eventualmente per migliorare.
Allora, per quanto mi riguarda, io investirei molto sulle capacità di comunicazione. Ieri io ho assistito anche all'evento all'Università di Teramo e c'è stata questa cosa, secondo me, molto, molto bella e molto utile di raccontare il proprio progetto in pochi minuti, quindi come se fosse quasi un'intervista in un talk show. Visto molte persone anche spaventate, se vogliamo, da questa esperienza, però è giusto così perché è una cosa che non si fa quasi mai, e quindi la possibilità, come diceva anche ieri il professor Dainese, di poter raccontare il proprio progetto con poche parole, parole comprensibili a molte persone, parole anche potabili, come si dice anche adesso, qualcuno più istruito usa questa parola, e secondo me è fondamentale. Quindi investire in diciamo corsi di comunicazione o comunque quel punto di vista.
Grazie, voi siete delle nuove generazioni e nell'ambito degli ultimi anni anche i modi di comunicare, anche e soprattutto la scienza, sono cambiati, quindi vedete anche l'utilizzo dei social e quanto si è diffuso il discorso della parte e anche alcuni tipi di lavori sul discorso di divulgare la scienza per tutti. Quindi utilizzate anche i social per i vostri risultati, ma anche dall'altra parte attenzione alla social reputation, cioè voi verrete anche valutati e eventualmente un domani un colloquio di lavoro va a vedere sui social la vostra storia. Quindi siate anche responsabili nel positivo e nel negativo di tutto ciò che condividete. È parte di voi, bellissimo, ma siate sempre responsabili anche in questo tipo di condivisioni. Prego.
2 anni fa dissi anche io 2 cose. Una era la lingua inglese e quello l'abbiamo portato a casa. La seconda invece è ridurre il gap che c'è tra il mondo accademico e quello pratico. Le ragazze che abbiamo messo dentro hanno impiegato 4-5 mesi per capire dove erano. Però le abbiamo anche aiutate e condotte. Però più è breve quel periodo e meglio è. Ve lo dico anche per la vostra salute, perché quei 4 mesi sono terribili.
Industriale che abbiamo fatto insieme, e questo è un modello.
È già un primo modello. Più di arrivare a quello che credo abbastanza lungo, se poteste trovare il modo di far arrivare i ragazzi nelle aziende anche per periodi più brevi, per poter far respirare loro il mondo dell'impresa privata, che viaggia su canali molto diversi.
Esatto. Posso intervenire su questo argomento? Allora, come qui parlo da rappresentante dell'ordine dei biologi, è in atto ovviamente una riforma, come sapete, dei corsi di laurea dell'ambito biologico e biotecnologico, per cui le lauree diventeranno abilitanti, quindi vuol dire che per entrare a far parte dell'ordine professionale non ci sarà più un esame, diciamo, separato, ma ci sarà un percorso durante il corso di laurea nel quale è richiesto un grosso contributo di stage all'esterno. Quindi è vero che, diciamo, l'università, qui difendo l'università, dovrà fare uno sforzo in tal senso, ma è ovvio anche che questo si potrà realizzare soltanto con la collaborazione delle aziende. Quindi, diciamo, questi stage, queste esperienze pre-lavorative che i ragazzi potrebbero fare per arrivare più preparati, diciamo, al mondo del lavoro, richiederanno uno sforzo comune.
Sì, il mio intervento va anche in questo senso. Mi viene in mente, di solito noi stimoliamo molto la mobilità, ma quando pensiamo alla mobilità pensiamo soprattutto alla mobilità internazionale. In realtà andrebbe stimolata molto di più, o comunque parimenti, la mobilità intersettoriale, quindi una mobilità del dottorando all'interno dell'azienda, proprio per capire come funziona anche il mondo del privato. Certo è che però bisognerà stabilire poi anche dei progetti magari da portare insieme, in comune, e è per questo motivo che era importante per noi farvi conoscere anche le tematiche di ricerca dei ragazzi, perché nel caso appunto si potrebbe anche stimolare la mobilità intersettoriale, però con un fine ben preciso, per portare avanti appunto un progetto ben preciso, e quello è importante. Quindi sì, credo che anche la mobilità appunto in azienda sia fondamentale, sì.
Sì, prego. Ma io anche avrei argomentato su questo argomento, appunto. Per quanto riguarda la mia esperienza personale, mi sono laureata 2 anni fa in CTF. Non ho fatto un percorso di dottorato, però quello che avrei voluto per esempio dalla mia università è più eventi come questo, quindi il consiglio che avrei dato prima di un evento del genere sarebbe stato quello proprio di implementare la parte di assessment proprio con le aziende, di contatto diretto con esse, quindi di questo scambio, di questo one-to-one che ci sarà, cosa che per me non c'è mai stata. Quindi il mio consiglio in realtà è quello che fate già, e quindi di implementare ancora di più questa parte, perché penso che sia proprio effettivamente il collegamento che poi ci può essere per poi arrivare ai discorsi che facciamo, quindi poi di trovare effettivamente una collaborazione, un progetto e tutte queste cose qui.
Benissimo, prego.
Grazie. Io vado un pochino in un'altra direzione, e quello che posso consigliare ai formatori ma anche ai ragazzi è di insegnare e di avere una data strategy. Si dice oggi che senza dati sei solo uno qualunque con un'opinione, e oggi i dati sono una componente importantissima. Al pari della proprietà intellettuale, la proprietà dei dati è un fattore discriminante, perché i dati sono il cibo dell'intelligenza artificiale, del machine learning, di tutte le tecnologie che faranno parte del mondo della ricerca, e non solo, nei prossimi 10-15 anni. Quindi sapere come si tratta un dato, come si protegge, come si anonimizza, come si pseudonimizza, e quando e come lo si può utilizzare è fondamentale.
Grazie.
Interessante.
Prego.
Sì, grazie. Io sono promotore molto degli eventi che si stanno facendo adesso in questi giorni, quindi delle opportunità di comunicazione che si stanno creando. L'altro giorno parlavo con la professoressa Barboni e mi confidavo, dicevo, io mi sono dottorato 6-7 anni fa e ho passato il mio dottorato nell'anonimato, nel senso che non c'erano queste opportunità di confronto con le aziende, nel dire che magari non tutti i PhD vogliono affrontare quella carriera accademica, che potrebbe anche spaventare il precariato, la lunghezza, le competizioni, quindi vorrebbero conoscere anche l'azienda. Ma quando ero dottorando io non conoscevo nulla delle aziende, ho provato anche a mandare curriculum, ma senza questi eventi qui formativi è anche difficile selezionare l'azienda, vedere ciò che le aziende cercano, quindi sì, molte più opportunità di dialogo.
Questo è vero, perché anch'io appunto avete visto un passato accademico, è difficile anche costruire un CV che non sia prettamente accademico e quindi magari che contenga delle informazioni che non sono così rilevanti davanti alla persona che ci sta selezionando, per cui alla fine una collezione di articoli, presenze, conferenze, cose che per noi sono state prestigiosissime magari sono irrilevanti, quindi anche costruire, ecco, con questi eventi o un proprio curriculum più indirizzato proprio alle selezioni aziendali è importante.
Liliana, poi
Prego.
volevo solo aggiungere una cosa, ricordare i dottorandi, ve li ho pubblicizzato ma lo continuerò a pubblicizzare, la scuola di alta formazione e ricerca in realtà vi ha messo a disposizione degli strumenti anche per costruire il curriculum ed è BoostMe e quindi questa associazione no profit che si mette a disposizione dei laureati ma anche dei dottorandi e quindi a breve vi rimanderò un reminder su questo e mi raccomando approfittatene perché sono anche strumenti utili per voi per poter fare placement e capire come riuscire a costruire un curriculum adatto all'azienda.
Prego.
No, niente, mi riallaccio a quanto già detto, ma parlo più che altro da docente e da PI. Sicuramente avere la possibilità per i ragazzi, per chi intraprende il percorso di dottorato, di avere un rapporto diretto anche breve con un'azienda è un valore assolutamente aggiunto. Nel mio laboratorio proprio a novembre inizierà il percorso un nuovo PhD student che avrà la fortuna e la possibilità di spendere 6 mesi in un'azienda nel Lazio, quindi sicuramente questo è un qualcosa che può dare un valore aggiunto.
Grazie a tutti per questi contributi. Barbara, penso che ci sono buoni spunti intanto per considerare, valutare o magari organizzare altri eventi di confronto, insomma, anche per cui benissimo. Allora, poi per lasciare un po' più di spazio ai meeting one to one, volevo riprendere l'ultima domanda per cui avevate alzato la mano e poi diamo un attimino seguito al resto, ve lo diciamo dopo, quindi prego.
Io volevo chiedere come le vostre aziende supportano l'innovazione e anche la collaborazione sia con università che con centri di ricerca in generale. Grazie.
Questo è molto importante, così intanto vediamo qual è lo stato dell'arte e poi sappiamo che è tutto sempre perfettibile e migliorabile, però intanto sentiamo qualcosa abbiamo già capito, però ce lo facciamo raccontare meglio. Grazie.
Allora, da un punto di vista dell'innovazione, come ho detto prima, noi facendo principalmente diagnostica, il nostro concetto di innovazione è spostarci verso uno standard sempre più alto da un punto di vista della qualità dei risultati e di velocità di refertazione, mantenendo sempre uno standard piuttosto alto. Quindi quello è il nostro concetto di innovazione, fermo restando che chiaramente sono molti processi, quasi tutti sono standardizzati, quindi da un punto di vista strettamente tecnico di voler cambiare oppure di voler provare qualcosa di nuovo c'è effettivamente poco, quindi per noi è più un ricercare continuo della possibilità migliore per raggiungere determinati risultati. Per quanto riguarda il supporto, diciamo anche da un punto di vista di università, noi attualmente accogliamo i tirocinanti dei corsi di laurea triennale, ne abbiamo avuti diversi nel corso degli anni e la cosa ci fa sempre molto piacere perché riceviamo sempre studenti molto preparati già dalla triennale, quindi io spero anche per noi, per questo evento, che sia un trampolino di lancio per poter accogliere anche voi, anche studenti a magistrale, insomma persone che siano ancora più preparate e che abbiano comunque una conoscenza più profonda sia da un punto di vista tecnico ma anche proprio dei vari processi per poter capire, diciamo, un po' di più. Ho visto prima che sono tanti progetti clinici, quindi insomma noi siamo proprio in prima linea, quindi potremmo dare una mano in quello.
Perfetto, grazie. Abbiamo già sentito... Ha detto cosa già fate in collaborazione con le università e la vostra azienda. Abbiamo già sentito di tutti i progetti e del placement, però se vuoi dire altre due parole, però l'abbiamo già un po' come passo oltre, perché quindi per Assut abbiamo visto il coinvolgimento, anche io ero in P4Fit, abbiamo lavorato già insieme, quindi ecco, insomma, coinvolgimento in progetti europei, dottorandi industriali che hanno appena menzionato e quindi già questo vi dà l'idea di quanto sia valorizzato il rapporto con le università e anche l'accoglimento di personale. Prego.
Supporto, giusto?
Interazioni, prego.
Supporto in che senso, se vuoi essere un po' più precisa?
Supporto nel senso come comunque integrate anche le nostre figure all'interno delle vostre aziende.
Credo di aver capito. E noi non facciamo stage, per essere chiari, si facevano un po' di tempo fa. Ovviamente una persona che è fresca di accademia dobbiamo un po' conoscerla, quindi il programma che io faccio con loro è questo. Noi facciamo un contratto di 2 mesi per capire la persona e la persona capisce noi, è quello che vogliamo. Se ci sono tutti i punti a posto, i tasselli a posto, noi proponiamo contratti a tempo determinato di 6 mesi in 6 mesi. Nel giro di 2 anni, se i contratti vengono rinnovati, l'azienda ha interesse a fidelizzare il candidato e quindi lo assumiamo con un contratto a tempo indeterminato. Era questo, vero, che volevi sapere?
Grazie.
Abbiamo visto che la stabilizzazione anche nell'elenco del report di Alma Laura è un fattore importante nel cercare le intenzioni sul lavoro futuro, quindi grazie per il chiarimento. Prego.
Noi invece in Exolab, per quanto riguarda la parte di innovazione, quello che dicevi un po', che chiedevi un po' prima, quello che abbiamo aperto invece sono diversi progetti di ricerca sia con le aziende private, per esempio noi abbiamo un'azienda che ora è diventata la nostra investitrice, quindi da una parte ci facciamo la produzione e dall'altra la ricerca e sviluppo, e poi è tutto innovazione, essendo che poi mettiamo sul mercato prodotti nuovi, c'è tutta la parte di ricerca che poi è finalizzata ad un prodotto per quanto riguarda le aziende, oppure abbiamo, per esempio, come dicevo anche prima, abbiamo avuto un sacco di progetti di ricerca con le università, partecipando a dei bandi nazionali, ma abbiamo partecipato anche ad un bando europeo che si chiama Pandora, e infatti siamo andati anche a Barcellona, quindi ci sono diverse collaborazioni con diversi bandi, anche perché la ricerca e sviluppo, bene o male, si autosostiene, cioè quindi fai diversi progetti, ci sono diversi fondi e quindi più ce ne sono meglio è.
Ce lo passiamo fra di noi. Sì, veloce, chiedo alla dottoressa Liverani di interrompermi perché potrei parlare a lungo. Vi ho fatto uno spoiler prima, noi reinvestiamo una parte consistente del nostro fatturato di ricerca e sviluppo e lo facciamo perché vogliamo essere i primi ad arrivare su certe tecnologie, siamo stati fra i primi a sviluppare le blockchain, siamo stati fra i primi a entrare nel mondo dell'intelligenza artificiale adesso che è rinato un po' l'hype, lavoriamo con l'intelligenza artificiale generativa, con il machine learning, lavoriamo su progetti di ricerca europei, nazionali, regionali e anche su progetti di ricerca interni. Abbiamo all'interno della nostra azienda dei ricercatori che sono una fucina di nuove idee, alcune delle quali vengono chiaramente selezionate, quelle che riteniamo più promettenti, magari per avere poi un prodotto da vendere sul mercato, ma non solo. Quindi per noi la collaborazione con gli istituti di ricerca, sia pubblici che privati, è fondamentale anche accogliere all'interno della nostra azienda delle persone che vogliono intraprendere questo percorso nel privato, come ha fatto Liliana. Quindi diciamo che è una collaborazione che permette a noi di portare dentro una parte del vostro entusiasmo, delle vostre conoscenze, della vostra innovatività e a noi di fornirvi nella modestia di come riusciamo a farlo, gli strumenti tecnologici per poter essere più efficaci, più veloci e più efficienti.
Grazie.
Sì, essendo la miglio di natura accademica sia nella forma che nelle persone che lo compongono, principalmente noi diamo supporto alla ricerca. La miglio nasce con l'obiettivo di aumentare il bacino di cercare fondi per la ricerca. Sappiamo che nell'Accademia i PRIN sono almeno ogni 5 anni, se siamo fortunati, quindi i fondi nazionali sono sempre più meno numerosi. Quindi con una SME, con una Small Medium Enterprise, abbiamo un pochettino più di chance per applicare a qualche progettino in più, cercando in futuro, se mai accadrà, per adesso ancora ci stiamo lavorando, di prendere quei fondi, iniziare un pochettino a cofinanziare un dottorando, a pagare un anno di postdoc, quindi cercare un pochettino di aiutare poi la macchina accademica dove noi facciamo parte, un pochettino nella formazione dei giovani e nella ricerca.
Certo, ottimo. Prego, come ultimo input.
Ovviamente, essendo uno spin-off accademico, Fibrosis è composto principalmente da docenti, assegnisti di ricerca e PhD student è ovvio quindi che il rapporto è assolutamente diretto, implicito con l'università.
Grazie. Allora, io spero che un po' di contributi siano arrivati, ed è la riprova che appunto tutta la rappresentanza di aziende, che sono numerose qui, hanno indubbiamente molte iniziative di supporto all'inserimento dei dottorandi, sia alla collaborazione durante i vostri percorsi formativi, ma anche molte possibilità sia per collaborare o proprio cambiare un po' il vostro percorso. E adesso consideriamo chiusa questa tavola rotonda per poter proseguire con quello che è il programma e poi lasciare lo spazio one to one, ma prima una cosa molto importante, quindi do la parola ai professori. Prego.
Barbara, prego. Siamo arrivati al momento clou della premiazione per la miglior carriera, per cui pregherei la professoressa Barboni di proclamare la vincitrice o il vincitore.
Beh, questa si chiama inclusività.
Perdonatemi perché io lo
balance,
so, in
per
quanto
cui è
ho
sempre
fatto
prima
lo
il femminile e poi il
spoiler.
maschile, quindi è proprio, cioè sempre prima femminile e poi maschile, perché è la gender inclusion.
È un
È stato un lapsus
gender
perché
education.
hanno fatto i conti.
Allora, prima di dichiarare il vincitore un po' di suspense ci vuole, perché altrimenti è troppo facile. No, credo che sia importante complimentarmi per la giornata di oggi, per il livello e la qualità dei risultati di ricerca che avete presentato. Ma non è solo quello che ci ha sorpreso, cioè che è stato sorpreso dal livello linguistico e la vostra capacità di possedere l'inglese, ma tutto sommato una cosa che credo che tutti noi abbiamo apprezzato è la motivazione con cui avete affrontato la giornata e il fatto che non vi siete per niente impauriti di aver presentato al di fuori della vostra, diciamo, comfort zone, che è quella di presentare risultati di ricerca, ma l'avete dovuti presentare con un format diverso, perché avevate dei valutatori che venivano dal mondo privato e quindi avevate una giuria intersettoriale, per cui vi siete prestati benissimo a fare questo tipo di sfida. Io credo che questo dovrebbe essere per tutti voi un momento di orgoglio, di aumento della propria autostima. Noi come formatori vi posso garantire che per oggi porteremo a casa questo tipo di feeling. A questo punto, dopo questo passaggio che credo tutti condividiate, perché insomma direi che possiamo passare a proclamare il vincitore e vincitrice, ma a questo punto il nome va fatto. Invitiamo quindi a prendere il premio per miglior dottorando del terzo anno del corso di biotecnologie molecolari e cellulari, la dottoressa Mariani Giulia.
Prego, magari se vogliamo salire tutti sul palco, così innanzitutto congratulazioni, così magari facciamo una foto. Congratulazioni a lei.
Come ci si sente allora?
Emozionata.
Qua mi sa che attiri fotografie da tutti gli angoli. Anche per noi.
Comunicare anche a Giulia l'invito.
Sì.
Secondo solo prof, cambia la slide.
Sì. Sì. Può stare qui con noi. Possiamo ora prendere un assetto più informale perché insomma abbiamo rotto il ghiaccio. Sì, no, volevo ricordare prima di tutto alla vincitrice, ma volevo ricordare anche tutti coloro che sono in platea, che speriamo domani di averla alla nostra maratona con anche la sua intervista, alla maratona radiofrequenza. Domani loro saranno i protagonisti, i nostri talenti che abbiamo premiato durante i nostri 7 annual meeting. Però può darsi che qualcuno della platea sia interessata anche a sentire le loro storie, che non saranno solo storie di ricerca, ma sono anche storie come siete cresciuti e che cosa è stato diciamo, il quid che vi ha portato a fare questo tipo di scelta, che non è una scelta facile, perché sono 3 anni impegnativi in cui si rimanda l'inserimento nel mondo professionale e ci si mette in discussione in un percorso formativo che è molto complicato, perché è il primo percorso formativo in cui vi formate a essere autonomo e generare risultati originali. Per cui, se qualcuno di voi è interessato, è semplicissimo, da domani basta collegarsi a radiofrequenza e da domani e nella prossima settimana li sentirete in diretta, in differita.
Adesso...
Sì. 3 secondi. Abbiamo concluso e ti lascerò poi chiudere, ma avevamo il grande piacere di ringraziarti per questa tua presenza, che è stata veramente preziosa. Io credo che l'evento, se sia riuscito così bene, sia anche molto merito tuo, e quindi ti volevamo dare un regalo di ringraziamento.
Grazie mille. Grazie davvero, io soprattutto per i complimenti, non credo sicuramente il valore aggiunto e la differenza l'avete fatta voi con le vostre presentazioni e tutto l'effort, perché ve l'ho detto prima, sappiamo tutti che in quei 10 minuti condensare 3 anni di esperimenti, dando poi un target per il trasferimento tecnologico, andare a riassumere e completamente guardare i vostri dati sotto un'altra prospettiva. Abbiamo apprezzato molto questo sforzo e se è riuscito tutto bene, anche per far capire a chi appartiene anche a mondi diversi dal vostro, è sicuramente merito vostro. Quindi io vi ringrazio tanto perché è stato un piacere e un'opportunità per me. Infatti ringrazio non solo la professoressa Russo e il professor Ippoliti, ma anche la professoressa Barboni, e quindi questo è stato un evento dal mio punto di vista molto riuscito e mi auguro che voi abbiate saputo cogliere e che vi portiate a casa tanti piccoli messaggi che serviranno poi a costruire tasselli importanti del vostro futuro, quindi siate sempre costruttori della vostra carriera nel modo positivo e sappiate cogliere tutte le opportunità, perché questo Ateneo e questi corsi di dottorato sono veramente dei punti di eccellenza, quindi siete molto fortunati ad aver fatto questo percorso e approfittate e non mancate ogni iniziativa che vi viene proposta, perché sono veramente dei punti di eccellenza, quindi non perdeteveli, non sciupate queste opportunità, mi raccomando.
Quindi mi viene da dire in conclusione, ripetiamo l'anno prossimo. A quanto pare, insomma.
E la professoressa Lusso non ci deluderà, quindi al prossimo anno.
Allora, adesso per l'organizzazione dei one-to-one approfitteremo della sala, quindi avremo un po' degli angoletti con le aziende e sicuramente se volete seguire anche l'ordine del foglietto che abbiamo fatto circolare prima va bene, ma vi potete sempre aggiungere ed eventualmente dare il vostro contatto ai professori che provvederanno a girarli, quindi ora avete avuto modo quando si sono presentati anche di individuarli meglio visivamente e quindi andate pure a cercare per il vostro one-to-one. Vi ripeto, il one-to-one è un incontro 1-1, quindi cercate di tenerlo breve affinché possa essere un po' di valore per tutti. Alcune modalità di recruitment seguono quelle dello speed date, cioè questi one-to-one non durano più di 5 minuti, quindi siate veloci e cercate di apprezzare, anche di far domande. Non verrete giudicati, quindi non andate con lo spirito di fare un esame e è anche questa una buona opportunità.
Allora, professore, prego.
L'unica accortezza è che dobbiamo, diciamo, liberare l'aula entro al massimo una ventina di minuti, quindi chi non riuscisse ad avere un colloquio diretto in questo frangente magari si può, diciamo, mettere in contatto attraverso scambio di email con il rappresentante dell'azienda, che poi provvederà o bigliettino, insomma, quel che dir si voglia. Grazie a tutti.
Grazie a tutti.